6 on Thursday the 14th. We are in number 462. About 4,000 in the queue. What, 3 years?
3 years to get you.
1,500, probably was 2,000 videos.
Over 3,000 videos.
12 million views. It needs to be in the queue in the airport. They're worse than this. Yeah, we're really using this for through. Now when I'm playing, you make things you put through. But that's actually not playing. Took it in like 3 nothing.
See how it's like. Like it.
Oh yeah.
5:30, I think.
6. An hour and a half to get the train.
Bit of a rush.
One other transport strike. And we're having a size super dry. So 10 euros. $20 beer. About $4 just to get this. Right, hello and welcome back to the channel. It is day 2 in Bordeaux, and I'm at the tram station where you can see a couple of Chile fans there, about to head to the stadium for our first match of the tournament. Seen a lot of South Africans here, a lot of. Well, I mean, we're just on a tram now, and there's just Afrikaans everywhere. There's English, which is the main thing, which is very cool to see. But yeah, Samoa versus Chile kick off at 3 o'clock, which is in about 4 hours time. It's about 12 o'clock, so yeah, we're about to head to the stadium now, do a couple of interviews, go and see a lot of the South African fans, get some interviews with some of the Chilean fans, Samoan fans who are out in their colours. Personally, might actually go get a Chile shirt as well. But yeah, stay tuned for my first match day vlog of the tournament. Hello and welcome to Favorite Rugby on Favorite Sports. This is day 2 of the Fair Sports Tour, and we are here in Bordeaux. Samoa versus Chile kickoff is in about just over an hour's time, and as you can see, absolutely pumping here in Bordeaux. Chile definitely seems to have the most fans here. It's a bit of a red army over here, although the Samoan support is definitely starting to arrive. Plenty of South Africans ahead of the game tomorrow against Romania, and I've got a beer, I've got my glasses on, and let's go have a look and see what's going on here. How's it guys? So I'm checking here, sitting here at the photography stand, and yeah, I'm busy watching Chile warm up in front of me. Very cool warm jerseys, by the way. I was actually in the front to get their jerseys, but the actual warm jerseys are very cool. But yeah, I'm sitting in the stadium, slowly starting to put up. Just by the way, keeping an eye out for the Red Army. A lot of Chilean supporters in for today. It's just an army of red looking around here. The Samoans have come out there force as well, but absolutely nothing compared to what Chile have got. And yeah, second ever World Cup game for them. They look the part, a couple of players looking very confident around here. Very cool to sort of see it, and very cool to see how excited the fans are. We spoke to a couple of fans outside, and you can just see how excited they are to get involved in something like this. I mean, we all know how passionate of a sports nation Chile are, and the rugby doesn't seem to be any different. Very keen to see what Samoa can do here. They should be able to get the job done, but you know, anything can happen in a World Cup. So I hope you guys are enjoying the watch along, and take it through. Okay, and that is game one. Lots of fight in Chile. Fan favorite team, they're absolutely brilliant side. From a people perspective, I mean, I've just left about 25 minutes after the game, with half an hour after the game. They're still signing autographs, they're still changing their fans, so absolutely brilliant team that definitely has a lot of future. I mean, they were always going to struggle against Samoa, physically wise. It was tough for them to cope. But yeah, that is game one in the bag. Gonna go walk around the village a little bit, see if there's anything. Might get myself a shitty shirt, actually, the way things are going, and then head on home for a watch along before hopefully hitting the streets of Bordeaux later. Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS. All right, we're outside Bordeaux. There is an hour until kickoff, and as you can see, it's an absolute sea of green over here. Yeah, and the plan is we're just going to head into the depths of Springbok supporters, chat with a few people, and see what's going on. So let's go and see. Basically, this is what it looks like to be here at Bordeaux. Let's go have a look and find some people to chat to and stuff. And yeah, I mean, as you can sort of see, we're talking about a sea of green. There's Springbok fans on fans on fans on fans on fans. We're going to be asking a few people for some score predictions and just try and find out how many people are actually here from South Africa and stuff, the travelers. So we're going to walk around and we're going to have a look. Hello everybody, hello, how are you? How are you? Good. Steve.
Hi, Wayne.
Very nice to meet you.
Hi, Steve.
Gentlemen, how are you? Good. Welcome. Where are you guys from?
Africa.
South Africa. Johannesburg.
Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good at you.
Good. Please introduce yourself. Tell us where you're from.
I'm Anita and I'm from Port Elizabeth in South Africa.
Kom here gedaan, yeah. There we go. We've ticked
Sorry,
off.
that one.
Yeah. My name is Steve, we're from Fair Sports. We are recording over here, so we're going to cover all the multitude of South African supporters. Are you guys all from South Africa? No, you are. Who's got load shedding when they get back? Okay, I want to go stand with you guys. This is my load shedding buddies here. What's impressive, if you ask me, is the fact we've got so many people actually from South Africa bringing the rand over here. We never thought our currency would get this far, but so far so good. No ways!
Hi, boy. Hello, Ross. How are you doing?
Yeah, very well.
Like
So
interview.
this is how small of a world it is. Went to Varsity with this man who, as you can see, is looking phenomenal. Who dressed you today?
So we're here with a bunch of, there's 11 of us. We call ourselves Bokval.
Bokval.
Bokval. So it's like a stokval. So we've been saving up for 4 years. And now eventually we're here.
Joining the Sea of Green, where are you guys from?
Durban originally.
Durban, yeah.
I'm from Durban as well.
Durban, okay, shame. Sorry to hear that. Got a couple of Durbanites here. I'm from Joburg, so no, we appreciate your work. We have to go on holiday somewhere.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's true. So you said originally, where are we now? London. Right.
Yeah, London.
But still sports South Africa, still South Africa through.
Always. Springboks forever.
There we go. And is this your first game for the World Cup?
No, two. Yesterday was it?
Samoa versus Chile game. Oh, there we go. What did we think about yesterday?
Crazy. But today it's better.
It's amazing. It's a sea of green, and thank you guys for wearing your colours and bringing out the box. When did you arrive?
We arrived on the 15th.
15. Okay, it's been a while. And when are we leaving?
We are leaving on the 25th, so we're watching the Ireland game.
Ireland game. All right,
Yeah.
cool. We'll see you there. Right, Romania today. Give me a score prediction.
I am going to say 66.
At least 80 points.
At least 80 points. In the game or for us in specific? Okay, 80. Yeah, right.
Yeah, we have to match the Irish. They did 82, I think.
70. Yeah, something along those lines.
Yeah, so
Well, if you get 80 points, I'll get a bonus point. So.
let's aim for 80.
Do you think Romania scored today?
Oh, yes, I think so.
To be fair, I think everyone here probably wants them to score actually.
They've got
So.
to at least get a bonus.
Yeah,
Let
okay.
us make it feel good for a while.
Oh, there we go. Score prediction for today.
Score prediction on my SUPERBRU, I went Boks by 70. But I'm going to change that because I think the Boks are going to go 55. 55. We're going to be celebrating a lot of tries. A lot of tries. A lot of tries will be celebrated.
You got to tries, more tries. Does Romania have a chance?
Many tries.
All the tries, eh?
100 out of 0.
100-0, okay. You reckon? 11 tries. We need more than 11 tries. We're going to go past Kevin. I want 80 points. What do you reckon?
I like barely double digits, so 10 tries.
10 tries. 10
But
tries.
I think just for the spirit of the game, it wouldn't hurt if Romania could score. They've got so many supporters here.
Yeah, I think to be fair, I think we all want them to score 8
Let's see them
tries.
cross the line.
Yeah,
You know, it's fine.
we do.
80-10.
80-10.
Yeah, nothing less than 60, buddy.
Nothing less than 60.
24-13.
Not going to be a popular man later. Right, so 10-11 tries so far is the call. And I bumped a couple of Romanian fans over here. Love the jersey, first of all. How we... Yeah, come here. Yeah, come on here. We want everybody here. We got everybody in here. Yeah. Coming up against the current world champs. How are you guys feeling?
We are feeling, I think, confident. We want to make a big game to get out of the game like Uruguay last game with France, like heroes. Yeah, it's hard to beat them, but we can be some heroes. We want to see some heroes there.
I'm actually quite keen to see how Dion Currie does coming on as
Yeah.
replacement hookers.
Okay.
And
We must see Marco for starting there. You know,
exactly.
apparently anyone's a hooker these days.
Exactly.
Don't quote me on that, but after you finish here, we're being invaded here. It's a bit of a takeover here. I'm going to come across here. Once you guys have beat a player today, who are you guys supporting in the tournament? Are you guys going to support us afterwards, or is there another team you're supporting?
Depends of the result. I'm sorry for you, but the European team must win it.
No. Come here to us. You see, come here to us. We'll take you.
Well, you already have a movie, so the European nation needs to know.
Yeah, we need another movie though. We've got no electricity. It's tough out there. This is the nice thing, I suppose, when it comes to the smaller games, is that there is genuinely no animosity whatsoever. It is very, very relaxed. And yeah, there's a lot of camaraderie. Hopefully that won't change. And look, if the Boks lose, you might see a lot of very grumpy Springboks supporters. Are we bringing it back to Pretoria?
Absolutely.
You reckon?
Absolutely.
Bring it back.
All it back.
Absolutely.
So you're going to bring it home?
Yeah, definitely.
The World Cup's coming back to South Africa for another 4 years.
My friend, he said yes.
Okay, there you go. You asked here, Cleese, Ches and Colwyn. They've confirmed that the World Cup is coming back to South
Coming
Africa.
home.
So you heard it here first. There we go. Guys, thank you so much. Enjoy the game. lineup, and we all laugh at James, who in Madrid is now. And we fucking there he is. Look at him. Look at him. There's getting the rain cover ready. Unlucky way. Hello everybody and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. And as you can see, it is Paris week. South Africa versus Ireland on Saturday. Welcome to week 2 of the tour, the first official sort of long week. We're in Bordeaux, we're now in Paris. We've got 4 days of build-up. The Springbok announcement is actually tonight. And come here, join us, subscribe to the channel, and let's go see Paris, shall we? Fun morning, coming out from the police station. We are finally up Chelsea there. Yeah, of course, behind the camera and got photos yesterday, so we're going to sort that out. And late change the plans. It's not being announced tonight, so unfortunately, not 2 hours. But yeah, let's go see the Paris. Roads across the street. It's going to blow our entire holiday budget on like a Portugal watch. I reckon if we sold all our camera equipment, we might be able to buy like a strap. This is my official audition to become a Nike athlete. By that, I'm just visiting the store. And this is why we are here. Get the full selection of our stuff. Bloody floor. I'm walking upstairs. Pretty cool though. Come to basically 5-story Nike. This is where it gets dangerous. You see French jerseys. You see lots of different jerseys. You see a lot of Euros. Getting sorted for my next fishing trip. Look right at home, going to lock this in my khaki Air Jordan jacket. There you go, nice. See when you watch the rugby on a Saturday morning, and you're sorted. Alright. Let's go see the Arctic film, shall we? This is now my Cock 14 edition today. Sounds all the rugby stuff.
This is currently where I'm walking. As you can see, I'm actually just taking a stroll literally through the French countryside to go and report on the Box Paris-based press conference. No public transport out here apart from a bus that doesn't go the right way. So having to give it a bit of a leg, I tried to ask a couple of French people for a lift, and both, 2 ladies and a guy, all three of them shook their heads and said no anglais and drove off. So clocking in some steps. It's a half an hour walk to the press conference. Yes, I do have the camera and tripod and mics on my back, so this is going to be lots of fun. I realise the train's coming in the wrong side.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, BITDEFENDER, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS.
Chat.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Fan Forum on a Thursday night in our usual slots. But as you can see, once again, Stevie has deserted us on his wild French adventures. And we've got one of his companions, his partners in crime from Marseille, which I'm sure you've seen around in the channels. Scotty, how you doing, man? How you doing? How was Marseille? And yeah, fill us in how that weekend went, and give us the vibe and how it all went.
Yeah, I mean, Crystal, good to be back, but behind the lens after this put on blast early. So
just talk us through your weekend there, Scotty.
Okay, so well, listen, I arrive in Marseille at 11:30, get to Stevie's place. Bear in mind, my data roaming's not working. I have to buy a pizza from this place. He doesn't have. I'm like trying to call Stevie, but he only has the landline. So I'm chatting to their customers. Finally managed to get Stevie. Anyways, this is after trying to fit on the couch after a couple whiskeys, and it wasn't working. So I had to settle for the floor and the throw of the couch. So this was actually the following morning, while I was peacefully asleep, and Mr. Pettit was up early grinding, doing some editing. So this is game day. This is how game day began.
And people, people might not know. I was supposed to join the boys potentially, so that couch had to be between the two of us. We had to decide shotgun and who was going to. But that was never. That couch is not big enough to even sit on, I think.
I mean, I was leaving it there for you in case you made a late appearance.
Well, I had a heads up of what the conditions were going to be like, so I thought, I'll give Scotty the couch there in Marseille, and hopefully I get a proper sleeper couch if I make it to Paris.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but
But anyway,
otherwise, no, Marseille was immaculate. I mean, cheapers. You kind of actually wish the game was at 7:30 and not 9 o'clock, because I mean, you wake up and it's a book day, and when it's a book day, that means there's going to be excitement and dopes involved. And when it's only at 9 o'clock, and you might have seen some of the interviews post game, but it's a little bit blurry at that stage. But I mean, we went to a Bok Army event, which couldn't recommend more highly. And there were hundreds of South Africans. We did some epic interviews and some more questionable interviews with others, but amazing vibes. The stadium is incredible, and I was so glad that it was such a competitive game. No one, Tonga came to play. It was proper, and the cherry on top was just every single kick going over. I mean, it couldn't have been more geared out. But yeah, absolutely phenomenal experience.
Yeah, amazing, man. I was just thinking, if you're not going to do Paris, then I think Marseille is the right venue, the next best place to go. I've seen a lot of my other friends who have passed through there, and it looked really amazing. Marseille looks amazing. So yeah, welcome to everyone on the live chat. I see, Albert, you've made a link. Been a comment. This is live. I hope. I'm sure you are. The fact that you made a comment, you can see us. But anyone else around here, please share your comments. We'll have a look at them, put them up, obviously, and discuss some of them as well when we can. But as you know, Scotty, I mean, World Cup just marching along as it does, quickly into the final pool game. Obviously, the books aren't playing, but we can discuss some books later. Some little interesting topics also discuss around conspiracies and doping and some topics we probably might not want to say to Stevie, man, I don't know if we should want to discuss that. I think we should try to keep it to the rugby, but we'll touch on those topics as well.
I think what we love about World Cup so much, it feels like a year of rugby chat and drama. Now put it in a month. Just it is non-stop. The fact that Malcolm Marx being taken out of the World Cup feels like years ago at this stage. These conversations are just ever changing, and the amount of things coming in and out it's been super interesting. But let's get stuck into it.
Yeah, no. So we've done quite deep dives on the previous rounds in the previous shows, but let's just quickly run through last week, starting off with Japan Samoa. Japan got the win there. It was very, very 50-50 in the fantasy stakes. I mean, I must admit, I was on Samoa. I was hoping they would gel, and physicality and a bit of flair would have crossed them over the line there. But it was also a very strangely ref game, a very kind of weird game. Samoa did still, got the cards, came back, but Japan winning. Do you say that was fair in the end of the day?
Yeah, I think. I'm glad they've won, because I'm excited for their final game of that group. That's going to be incredible versus Argentina. That's going to be a proper spectacle. And I think given they have the best chance of going through, I love that Samoa have been putting up proper fights. And you're never going to be angry if they get the win, but I don't know about you. I mean, they're out of it now, but I was expecting a little bit more. But then when you look at their preparation, I mean, I love their team. They've got some lovely players, but if you look at their preparation, they were on a hide into nothing, weren't they? So it's a bit of a pity. No, it's tough. I think a lot of with these Pacific Islanders, these guys, they're not playing together. The cohesion is purely on the basis that they get along well, not that because they know how to play with each other. And they tend to get that, and there is always the positive vibe within those types of camps. You don't often hear of the other, but it's more just it's the lack of formal structures and real competition time amongst the team that tends to let them down. So I mean, if Fiji, who seem to be the most likely, or the only kind of possible ones to get through to the semi-finals. I'd like to maybe at the end of this show have a conversation about them being included into the Rugby Championship, because there were exclusions made for Argentina after they did that in 2007. So why not the same?
Yeah, I have my opinions on how all the rugby could be formatted going forward, because rugby, I mean, let's not go too much off topic, but at the moment, rugby on and off the field is not the product that we want it to be, really. Quick on to New Zealand, Italy. Wow, hey, there were murmurings that Italy might win. That was never ever on the forefront of my mind. But the fact of this whole Italy conversation, it goes back even to the inclusion of, we're talking about Fiji and championship. Italy's inclusion over 20 years of the Six Nations was not supposed to lead to a performance like this, right? So, I mean, New Zealand would be New Zealand, and Italy, how they were not motivated, unless they've been aiming for France all along, and this is a dummy, they're fooling us, but I don't think that's the case, right? But what are your thoughts on that game?
Yeah, I thought they were actually really good with ball in hand, right? You actually look at the possession stats, they're not that unequal. They just lacked the willpower to dig deep on defense. And when you have a New Zealand team's tail up, you just got to fight for 10 minutes to try to stop those tries from happening. And then those 10 minutes might turn into 20. And that's how you just keep them down. But it's Italy, 9 times out of 10, they're going to score 4 tries, right? Like it's going to be a tough night out. But they just didn't let it stop sliding. Like at the end of the day, they got 3 tries, which is good, right? But it's just only in comparison to what it was on the opposite end of the pitch, and they just let everything go through. They just they sat back, let New Zealand play at them, and there's only going to be one winner if you let them just run it.
I mean, there's nothing more, I think, as a rugby player, probably demoralizing, if you want to call it, that when you're 21-0 down to the All Blacks, knowing what mood they're in after 12 minutes, you almost know they could have easily probably thrown the towel, like many teams have done before. But the fact of the matter is they are actually still in the tournament. Like it feels like it's the death of it. Doesn't, but it just doesn't sit right. It doesn't feel right. It should have never happened, but it did. And it that's again. Are we now? Everyone says New Zealand was just sleeping on New Zealand. Have we given New Zealand false hope again? Have they given? We don't know. I mean, we'll see at the quarterfinals, but very interesting.
I think maybe Italy knew, obviously, if they want to get through, they need to beat France or New Zealand, both of which are going to be incredibly tough, and New Zealand was their first test. If you don't lose against New Zealand, your next best option is to show that you put up a fight to make, France worry and second guess and maybe spend too much time over analyzing something in Italy's game or their own, right? But it just seems that as long as France go through the motions and play with a bit of confidence, they'll be all right. So I don't think they've done themselves any real service. As I say, I don't think they were horrible with ball in hand. They attacked the gain line and they managed to get those 3 tries. But defensively, they were shambles.
Yeah. Argentina, Chile, quick one. I don't spend too much time. I think that's pretty much spot on result. I think that game went according to plan. So, Chileans put some points on this time, but I think that was a standard result. It's all about Argentina, Japan coming up anyway.
For sure. As you said, I think Chile have shown glimmers of potentially what could hopefully then come into future World Cups. I think particularly their first performance versus Japan, but it has been a bit of a rolling from Argentina and England. But we'll see. They're a very small rugby nation, but I think that's big for Argentina going into the Japan game. They needed to get points on the board, especially with how scrappy their game versus Samoa was. So that's gonna be massive for them.
Yeah. I just quickly say, Albert, thank you for commenting, man. You're talking about the doping thing. We are going to touch on that later. Yeah, we do have to bring that up, unfortunately, because this is a sideshow that we certainly did not need and was probably not necessary, but we'll get to that. And we'll move on to the Fiji-Georgia game. I actually thoroughly enjoyed this game. I think when we talk about what competitions took later, when I know we say Fiji is a minnow, but Fiji kind of played like how they normally have played. So kind of they played like they were back in their tier 2 vibe. And Georgia I always felt they had a big game in them, and they came and they arrived. So I thoroughly enjoyed this game, but Fiji showed their class in the end, that they got over the line. But yeah, Fiji through. But I think I think we expected that, but probably a few people thought it was going to be a bigger result, right? Bigger points difference there.
Yeah, for sure. I think everyone is just so relieved, right, that they managed to put that over the line.
My heart's not that set. I love it that they're there, but there's a lot of people heartily invested into the Fijian side this
I think it's you wouldn't want to see them muck it up. You always feel it's like you want it to be like not an upset if they get knocked out, right? Because they've done so well to get into the position they have. They've beaten big dog Australia, almost Wales, and to a Georgian team that in the previous week drew to Portugal. Like, as a Fiji team, and you want to, people are speaking about potential semi-final in this World Cup, me included, like, you want to be able to put them away, but it did at least show and, give thought to, like, even if you have a bad game, you can still get over the line. So I'm glad they clutched up in the end, and what a offload by the way.
It just showed where Fiji are. There was probably a time when they wouldn't have done that. Their heads might have dropped them. They were very temperamental, and they kind of showed that in a way that they didn't look like they thought they were going to win by arriving. But Georgia certainly arrived, and they just had to dig deep to get that one over the line. And to Council One Music, a nice name. Yeah, Fiji don't like me favorites. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know if they didn't like it, like I said, or did it get to their head or something, because they took them a long time to get into that game, and Georgia were in that fight right to the end. So, yeah. And
weird psyche thing there. I think, it's the predominantly lesser teams, or, like that there. And even Rusty tries to harness that, but more in a psychosocial way, that people are out to get us. Not because we worship rugby, because they don't want us to win, type of thing. So I think people, it can work both ways, because you can submit to it, like, let's say Italy did. They're like, okay, well, we're never going to beat the All Blacks anyway, so why are we going to, fight and stop them from scoring their 10th try? It can work the other way as well.
Scotland, Romania, we don't have to go. Yeah, I mean, more interestingly, Scotland have beaten Romania higher than Ireland and us and South Africa. If you want to put the facts there, but look, pretty much that was around the points that we were all going to probably rack up against Romania. Job done for Scotland, right? The game again. It's all about Saturday.
Yeah,
that's what we're here for.
I mean, offensively, Scotland are probably the most exciting and fluid of those, South Africa and Ireland included, and can just kind of turn it on and score, let's say, weird tries, ones that
really good tries. They're momentum side. They need to. They're not great at chasing. That's what I worry about Ireland. But when they have their tails up, they really build up some really great looking tries.
But job done.
Yeah, job done. Yeah, Australia, Portugal. I also enjoyed this game because Portugal were well up for it, and Australia were initially, and were grinding the first half. But I think then by halftime they were getting checked out. I think, and the Portugal were going for it. Love the attitude, love that endeavor. I really enjoyed Portugal in this World Cup, along with Fiji. I've enjoyed Portugal so much. Australia, I mean, God bless. I don't know if we have time to. We don't need to discuss Australia. This one, it's just quite funny that they've had to stick around France just to wallow in their pity for the. Probably still on holiday. Probably on holiday already. But interesting game. I thought Australia would probably beat them by at least 2 scores more than that. But kudos to Portugal, giving them a good fight.
100%. I mean, Portugal has got to be one of the most outstanding performers of this World Cup, right? I'm so excited for them, hopefully, to continue building on this. They so nearly got that win last weekend versus Georgia, and we were actually watching this game while at the Bok Army event, And jeepers, you would have thought, that green part of Portugal was living large in the box setup with all our green jerseys on. It was a huge Portugal contingent all of a sudden. But yeah, no, really great. And yeah, I guess
I think Fiji Portugal this week is also going to be a lacquer game to watch. It's going to be a good one.
Much so. And Fiji can't rest on
their
laurels.
Yeah. And this is actually a nice segue because we'll go on to the box. Actually, you were there, as you said. Return of the prodigal son, King Pollard, returns and does his thing. Does what Pollard does. Look, we were always probably going to have front football. I didn't want to say it last week. It was probably always going to look decent. Let's be honest. Obviously, he gets his kicks. That's what he's there for, right? So, but you were there. Yeah, tell us about it. I mean, I think, again, expected results. Tonga even getting 18 points is pretty good effort there. Really enjoyed their attitude, enjoyed the camaraderie, enjoyed the atmosphere. I had to rewatch this one on Monday because this old man fell asleep during the game. But what I saw up in the first half, it was good. But I rewatched it, and it all went to plan, didn't it? And yeah, tell us how did you think it went?
Yeah, job done. All eyes were on the fly halves, right? The rest of the positions were largely, very predictable, and it was exactly that. I'm really glad that Pollard could come back for this type of game. I still don't think he'll start in the knockout games. I think he'll be off the bench, but yes, he'll be there for probably his kicking. But you still need to have the ball in hand come the 65th minute onwards, right? And he needed that game time. He needed to show what he could do, and thank goodness he's like knocking over kicks, and as did Money, right? Like the stadium, or at least the Bok contingent, were lapping it up. It was just it was like everything, as I'm sure it was for the New Zealand game, right? Because there were the worries, and then he goes 100%, and then there's 50, and then 100%.
Yeah, I don't want to be too harsh on Pollard. I want him to do it. It's only going to be good for us if he's, doing his thing, and he did. And I watched him. He looked good. He looked fluid. He looked fresh. He looked right. He looks ready to go. Good. Like for me, as long as both of them are in the 23, I feel comfortable. Yeah. I mean, Pollard has to. If it's going to be one or the other, if Pollard's, you just feel that Pollard's going to go with Pollard for World Cup knockout rugby, right? I don't know. Even though I still feel, you think he's going to, yeah. Well, we're going to. I want to go into who we think is going to play in the quarterfinal. Or we assuming we are going to be in the quarterfinal, right? But just to finish off the Tonga, is anyone else in the Tonga? Any comments on the Tonga guys, the players? Anyone that stuck out for you? I think Moody had a much better game than his previous outing against Romania.
Yeah.
Esther, for me, Esther, it's such a pity that he's got Didier in front of him because he's super awesome. Yeah, we got any other comments on the guys?
Yeah, I think Ken had a really good game. Again, I think he, as a wing, he didn't even have to pass, so I think still learning how to offload a little bit more. But I mean, he's such a good finisher that he kind of gets away with it. I really enjoyed watching Reinach. He's been electric. He's had a really great World Cup. He actually has moved what everyone assumed was our fourth choice to seems like our second now, which has been actually something that I don't think many would have predicted. Mr. Chris,
I'm going to say this again. He's been our best scrum of the last 5 years. But Faf's just the way Faf plays. I'm not saying, I love Reinach. I love Faf as well, but I think Reinach adds just a little bit more value.
Yeah, I think it's especially if we're going 6-2 with Pollard as the extra. Everyone says that Reinach Pollard connection works, right? They've played club rugby together overseas, so it'll be interesting with the 6-2, or assuming Pollard makes our bench, or unless Pollard starts. Let's just assume that, because there's so many possibilities. I imagine he's still going to be our second choice, unless they're bringing in Grant Williams for extra cover on the wing. But otherwise, Tongan captain, their bigger prop. Oh, he was phenomenal. and they showed real fight and like,
Yeah.
I mean, you could feel the physicality from the stands, and I wasn't on the touchline. Let me tell you,
Yeah.
it was a tough encounter.
Yeah, no, it was a good, it was a great
And
game there.
Really sad for Makazole, by the way.
Yeah, that is crap. That's not a nice one for him.
It
Yeah.
feels a bit like Spoon Corsi at the last World Cup, where it's like you're not getting dropped because you're a bad player. It's just unfortunate that there's so much depth that you aren't making the team.
Well, and it's not. And I love my pimps, and I want him to be there, and I hope he could have been there, right? But it's just like we said, Mark's going down felt like a big gut punch, right? Like a big Unfortunately, with pimps, we have so much great cover in that position, so it's so sad for him, but not the biggest issue for the Springboks, right?
For the player than
what
outcome might be for the Boks,
because he's stuck around. I mean, he hasn't been, the starting choice for a while, but he's still been around. He's still fighting, and that's why we all love and respect what that guy does. I think that's a good segue. Obviously the Boks aren't playing this weekend, but we have the return of Lucky Lakwaya is back in the fold, and there's some rumors that he might even be featuring on the match day. Yeah, there's been talk of that. And he might go in. I don't know what to make of that, because I'm going to be honest. I don't think he was playing great rugby before that injury. I know he's a great player and he's done amazing. I just don't even think he was our first choice 13 even before he got injured. So for me, my pecking order is still Moody at 13 and Creel next up. But if he comes in, what do you think is going to happen?
I don't think now it's happened. I think too late. Whereas Pollard happened, they could give him the game versus Tonga, right? There are no games we are now given. It's quarterfinal versus the host nation, a semi-final, and in a final. Like these are not.
Oh, I think we've lost Scotty.
Sorry.
Oh no, it could be me. I think we're back. Are you back?
I've got you loud and clear. Just
I think I lost you. It's good. It's good. Carry on.
Cool.
Carry on, mate.
I was just saying, we're in the knockout stage now. This is no testing ground
I agree,
for what might or may not work. Creel, although hasn't necessarily shown the form that he had in the build-up to the World Cup, has still been good enough, I think, to hold his place. And again, I don't think they're going to be changing much. And if not, Moody's good enough to be there, and he's more versatile. He can play better at that and wing. Lucanio's there. I think if there's something that goes wrong, he can slip in, and rather that than a promising 13 but doesn't know the structure of the box. But he knows everything, like the back of his hand, and he can put in, let's say, a 75% performance, and that's fine. If we really require it later on in the tournament, maybe he plays the semi-final or final, but it's more based on his knowledge of the Springboks than I think the assumption he's going to be.
I agree. I think it will be a massive risk to play him straight away in a World Cup quarterfinal. I think it'll be a stupid decision. Okay, if you're going to bring him in, you're not going to play him. Well, you haven't. Then what you brought him in? It seems like they maybe brought him in just because it is Arm and he's experienced and he's been there, and that's a great person to have in the squad. It looks like the guys like him and love him. I agree. I would be. I don't shoot the messenger. It's just what I was reading while I was prepping for the show. But I don't see him being a part of that match day squad. I think quarterfinal, when he hasn't played, how can you take that risk? I don't think it's feasible at all.
Yeah, there are just certain decisions that you feel are more likely to rock the boat than they are to bring a bigger influence to it. And it's not like everyone is speaking about this real gap that we have at 13, like people might be more speaking about at our reserve hooker position, right? No one's speaking of it in that way. It's not a problem that he's solving, much like we don't have at wing. When Makazole went missing, it's not like an alarming issue. So advisory role, but he's there if need be, and he can slot in, and people will have full belief in what he can do, and maybe just a slight worry on
Yeah.
what he can produce on just from
Yeah.
more of his point of view, I guess.
Yeah, well, this topic has brought up some comments, fired up some comments. Arm class is permanent from Albert. He could go to wing. Creel, not a natural wing, so he needs to be 13. Didn't say we won't tamper with the first team, and no way he makes the squad. Acre in that one. Rassi did say he might go in the semi. Okay, so let's not take the risk in the quarter. Let's take the risk at the semi. Sounds good. Because for me, if you're going to bring him, you got to play him at some point, right? And Carter Arm is one of the smartest. Yeah, we know he's smart, but if he's got no knee and no form, like that 13 position, he's going to get eaten alive. France are going to eat him alive if he's not on his front, on his best game.
He definitely can't play. He definitely. I'll be shocked if he plays in the quarterfinal versus France.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that we get through that. Like on paper, the opposition will be worse than France. And that's maybe where we'll see him. But again, and also because he would have had more time to recover, obviously a whole extra week. But it would still be surprising if he makes a matchday squad to me. Unless something happens, another injury, like we only have 2 reserves on the bench, at most. We haven't seen a 5-3 split in the box for a very long time. And unless we are willing to ditch the bomb squad now because of Malcolm Marx, maybe that's a part of the discussion.
Well, Marx has disrupted. I've been saying that we can also he's so crucial to just the team and dynamic in general, from 1 to bomb squad, and I think he's a big factor. Do you see any other surprises? I really don't like counting our chickens before they hatched. Yeah, but talking about a quarterfinal. But do you sense any other surprises? Any else that might come in? Maybe Dwayne Vermeulen, Lisa. I think the starting. I think that the first team in inverted commas, if you want to call it, is pretty set. I think we pretty much know who that starting 15, except you call in LeBook. If we get to quarterfinal, LeBook starting at 10, not the other way around. Start Andre, hopefully build up some lead, and LeBook.
I still think LeBook starts at 10. That's what I think they'll pick, and what I hope they'll pick. And I think probably the one that's most not confusing, but up in the air would be, I think, Vermeulen Visa, because I really think that Dwayne brings a lot of experience in the latter half of the game. And I think is now was a player that used to play the full 80 and now doesn't have the legs, but his presence on the field, particularly, as I said, in the latter half of the game, I think he's a better captain than an influence on the players, and has a bit calmer than maybe Bongi. Not that Bongi isn't good. I just think that he's a bit more of a been there, done it. And so I don't know who he necessarily replaces on the bench. But I think I can't imagine Dwayne. It's going back to those people who have performed on the biggest stages over and over again. You're talking about the guy who got the man of the match at the World Cup final. He's a big time player. He knows how to get it done. I think he's going to be on the bench. But yeah, I'm not exactly sure who exactly he is that he'll be replacing.
All right, I think. Yeah, let's wait for the weekend, and that will this also segues quite nicely into what the hell's going on here, Scotty. Eh?
Listen,
is this real? Is this happening?
Sharing a croissant.
Are they sharing? Yeah, they look like they're having a nice friendly chat, about life and their partners and where they're going to go on holiday after the World Cup. No, that's the only stuff they're talking about here, right?
How to make sure that they are both have a bonus point and they win, and that Scotland wins by 8, something that's never been done before. That Scotland have never won, by more than I think 7 since 2001. But this weekend,
but I think we can, guys. I think we know that this pitch is old, Scotty. I think this is not the latest. It's good fun.
Unless Farrell can grow a beard, faster than any known human being before. I think it's been told that it is. So nobody worry. in the comment section.
well, let's lead in. Yeah, well, let's lead into the big game bar in the Japan Arch game. This is the marquee game, isn't it? This is the big game of the weekend. So here's the Irish team. Said I don't think much. Pretty much that's full strength, right? That's the team that ran out against us, I believe.
Yeah, I think it
pretty
is.
much. You have to go full strength. So any comments there on the team? Obviously, I think we expected this, right? It's a must-win game.
I don't think Dan Sheenan started against us.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. No, they were calling for him. Yeah, that's right.
So it's full strength, and Ireland have gone full strength pretty much every single game. And they've been one of the only teams not to be rocked by injuries or major concerns. So again, firing, they're gonna want to take some confidence. I think that they get the job done. But who knows? So it should be a cracking game.
Yeah, so exactly. I mean, what's your prediction? Yeah, I just don't see anything less than an Ireland between 10 and 20 point win. Probably, I think classes that Irish team has got two. They're just too good. Scotland are good as well, but I mean, as we talked, they've got I love their back line. Everyone who knows me knows I love you, Jones, too much. But we just spoke about Hamish Watson not even making the side. They're going for a bit more. They're going for a 6-2 split, and it looks like they're going to go for one last hurrah in the last 20 with a power game there. With the reserves they've called there. But I love Scotland. I just think where Ireland are, what they've got to lose if they lose this game, they're going to be switched on. I mean, Scotland might run them close for a while, like they did at Murrayfield. I think it was this season at Murrayfield where they were running them pretty close for a while. But Ireland went to the next gear and Tel Aviv, Scotland, and that was it. I think the same thing will happen.
For sure. I think at the end of the day, a lot more things have to go right for Scotland for them to get a result out of this. And Ireland need to go through the paces and play well. Of course, they need to play well. This is no walk in the park versus a tier 2 nation. This is a Scotland team, which is going into the World Cup, we're saying 5th in the world, right? So by that logic, they were at least making the quarterfinals and probably the semis if the draw was done maybe a little more equitably. But a strong team on both sides. I really, it's that Irish front pack is it's incredibly strong. We saw what they uphold a 7-1 South African split. And they managed to do that and hold us out there. So 6-2, I think maybe they're trying to bolster that. Maybe try to win a couple more penalties. Finn Russell's going to have to kick everything over, and they're going to have that back line, which is it's such an exciting back line. I really love watching them. They're amazing. I'd love to see them in this. I mean, it is a knockout game, right? At the end of the day, but it doesn't have that same feeling in the air. You say group stage compared to quarterfinal, but at the end of the day, let's call it a round of 16 because it is that. I don't think Ireland by that many though. To be honest, I think less than 10.
Oh yeah, okay. But yeah,
Ireland by 8.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, and comments also on Jamie Ritchie as captain. There's some talk that he could be even the Lions captain come Australia time. He's been quite inspirational captain for them. I really also enjoyed his attitude. It doesn't look like a big physical, exteriorly, but obviously he's got the heart of a lion like all these guys do. But I really enjoyed him. He's captain in this side.
For sure, he gets behind. I think people gravitate towards him. It seems like a very close knit team. They clearly respect him. I guess the Lions pick was whether he will be the Lions starting 6 come the next tour, or if he's that big enough of a figure that it warrants his pick over any other 6 that would challenge him. But no, he's quality, and I think kudos to this Scotland team where previously maybe it felt like a handful of players, maybe 3-4 really star players were pulling them through. This it feels like a really strong team, which you couldn't always say about.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of talk that this is actually this is actually quite hard for Scotland, isn't it? Because there's a lot of talk about the group that's coming through. Their age group teams are not strong at all, and this is probably one of the strongest Scottish sides. You could probably say the side was stronger than their last Grand Slam winning one back in I think it was 1990. And this team would be finishing top of those other pools with no doubt. They'll be top of the pool
for sure.
And going, you know, it's just so it's gut wrenching. It's gut wrenching for them that this has happened to them. But this team deserved better. Hey, they beat Scotland. They beat Ireland.
Yeah, 100%.
Jeez,
like,
imagine, eh? Yeah.
World Cups are not places for what teams should deserve or should get. It's about what you earn on the pitch. So, you know, nothing that would make me happier than Scotland getting through the quarter.
Yeah, but I'm 98. Yeah, but sure. I'm 99. Yeah, I'm 98.999% sure that Ireland are not going to lose this game. I just can't. I think it's just too much. Anyway, we can move on to, actually, before we go there, I want to go into the betting. Betting said with Boyles and myself, we've been running this betting segment for the last 6 months, and we've been cruising on pretty all right, actually. We're on to about 12 winning selections out of 13, if you include the leans, which don't get added to this record, but quite nice to mention that we're on quite a run there. And last week we had Fiji, Georgia second half with Argentina, Chile second half, highest scoring double at a nice price. And that was pretty comfortable in there. I was calling it Fiji, tight game. Second half's Fiji are quite solid. And I thought Argentina, Chile Argentina started hot, and then we had a nice quiet 20 minutes, which was what the bet needed, because cooled down the first half scoring, and then obviously Argentina got too strong in the second half, and Chile got some points. So, hey, we over the line again there, and we up to a cool 26.26 units profit. At 64% return on investment. So, yeah, pretty chuffed with that record. If you guys are following, to say we're using BOYLESPORTS as our odds quota, bookmaker of choice, obviously sponsoring us in this campaign, and we're very grateful. So please, if you want to join Boyles, click on the link in the comments, and you'll get a sign-up bonus, nice R1,000 welcome sign-up bonus. And I'll be honest, as knowing South African bookies, some of the best odds are on Boyles for rugby at the moment. They're giving some good value there, so take a look if you are into it. And this week, it just we're going from, I've called Ireland win here. I really don't see Ireland not winning this game. An Ireland win with France and Italy as the highest scoring, the second half being the highest scoring half there, because I anticipate a hot Italian start, and I think France are pretty solid anyway at home on defense. I think Italy keep this tight. Italy are quite a notorious good first half team actually for punting. So I think Italy have got a lot to prove. This is their last chance saloon to prove that they're any good for any reason. So let them have a good first half, and then I think the second half we'll see some more points come in there. So the doubles at about just over even 3 units. We're getting a little bit more juicy on the units because we've got some profit to play with there. So that's the double for the week. But Scotty, let's go on to the final week for the World Cup this year. Starting on Pool A and the scenarios. Obviously, New Zealand play Uruguay this evening in 20 minutes time. So I'm sure some people got one eye on the build up there. France play Italy tomorrow. It is. New Zealand win, obviously, they're through. Probably expect them to be through. And then almost basically a winner takes all between France and Italy. So if Italy win, they do go through because France didn't get that bonus point they needed. So, yeah, what's your predictions? I think we know New Zealand are going to be pretty all right tonight. What's your prediction with France and Italy?
I think France, very simple winners. They've put out a very strong team for it. I don't see Italy causing them troubles. And unfortunately, they just haven't shown enough to excite me against the big teams. But I'd love to be proven wrong. There's nothing more than I love being proven wrong when hitting my bet on a big team.
Do you have a score prediction?
Let's say France by 30 at a canter.
Oh wow! See, this is the type of game I see Italy up for it and actually getting some of their basics right here. And I think they're giving France a little bit of a rough ride. I think France will be comfortable in the end, but bookies I think got over 20 or just under 20 points. I would say that's about right. But I think it could be like 15 points. I think it could be like a France 15 points win. Yeah.
Listen, the French will be nervous, hey? They'll be nervous because there's talent in that Italian team. There's real talent, and there's promise in some of their players. It's just
but it's going to be France. What France arrives at the end of the day. Like if France are coming in and a little bit green, or a little bit cold, and Italy up for it, France can make this a long day for themselves. But if they come in focused, they should win comfortably, right?
If Italy managed to almost get a try and then almost pull like an England versus Argentina, just almost starts just dropping 3 points, and then cynical mistake after cynical mistakes, that they like, if they can put on some scoreboard pressure, maybe we'll see it get interesting. But I just think even if that happens, they should get it comfortable into the game and put them away. There's just too much talent there for me in the French team.
Yeah. We'll move on to Pool B. We've discussed this already. I've just put the pools in the orders of pools. But we discussed Scotland, Ireland, basically. Yeah, Scotland need to win by 8, right? 8 or more to go through. Some other scenarios, but I think let's focus on Scotland actually managing to win by more than 8. Not going to happen, but yeah, let's see.
Yeah, I just think even if they're winning by 8 with then both teams having to get a bonus point, we're talking some radical numbers. And to be fair, if that's how the Bulls get knocked out of the World Cup, would be the best way to see it happen.
Yeah. All right, Pool C. This is juicy. I say, I've enjoyed this pool actually. This will be one of the better pools to follow.
So good.
Yeah. So Fiji, basically, Fiji win, go through. Obviously, we know that. I think it's going to be a fun game though. So, like we said, I think it's going to be a good fun game to watch. But maybe I wouldn't be surprised if Fiji drop it now. That would probably be very typical Fiji. But I think they're too good at this stage. They just got to focus. I think they kind of got a lot to say about their coach and their captain at that moment. I was at the Twickenham game and I was so impressed with the attitude and with the guys at the press conference and the players. They just again, culture. Like England looked like they were in hell, and then Fiji looked like they were having the best time of their life. And you could just see that filter through, even like when you got close to them. So don't see any issues there. What could be interesting is Wales-Georgia, because this is a game Wales love to, I'm going to use the if around in. They're going to probably win, but I have a feeling that all Georgia are going to make this Wales team sweat a little bit. Wales will go through. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I don't... Wales have...
Well, Wales are through though, anyway, right?
Wales are through. They're fine. They don't need
but the thing is, I'm just thinking now. I'm also putting my Panthers hat here. I don't think this. What I'm saying is, I don't think this is a foregone conclusion. Wales, nice big win. That's my point.
And to be fair, I don't think either of the games are like.
Yeah.
I don't want to put my what's going to be great at Fiji, Portugal. You're looking at two teams that like. Well, Portugal at least have shown this World Cup, and Fiji just reputationally play like they have nothing to lose, and they just go hammer and tong, and throw themselves at everything, and they're not afraid to do that, which is just going to set itself in an amazing game. I think Fiji will pull it off, and I'd love them to, but Portugal are not. They never have been backing down. They try to run it from their own 22 versus Wales versus Australia. It doesn't matter. But yeah, I think Wales, Georgia. Thank goodness Georgia showed the fight that they did against Fiji, and at least that Wales know now that they're still not going to have to bring an A game to beat them. It's not just a fact of maybe Georgia being that horrible, although I don't think they've been good. It's also just Portugal have been decent, as Wales also found out, remember. Wales also had a bit of a testing game versus Portugal. Portugal have actually been one of the stand-up teams of this entire tournament.
Yeah, I agree. Let's actually go to the final pool, because this what happens here will obviously ultimately predict will make what the quarterfinals are going to be. England, Samoa, as we know, England are, I think they're as good as top, I believe. Samoa,
they are.
Yeah, Samoa, as I said, Samoa, I think it's the type of game that kind of, if they go down by 2 scores, they're going to check out, in my opinion. I don't think they're going to, I think England are one team that also on a nice little upward. I don't really know where England are, because the games have been so weird.
Yeah.
So it feels like they're doing so well, but it feels like it could be a false positive. But we'll have to see.
It was almost like after the Argentina game, it was like amazing, but no one really knows what to compare them to otherwise.
No, there's not compared to the last year. Like, I don't know where to place that game and them, because what happened with Chile was expected, and Japan as well was probably a right form result there.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't go them away, but you think of. I just look back to that South Africa Ireland game. You just can't see. I can't see England competing on that level. I think it's just too soon.
Weird
mix where they can cause weird upsets and get people to play in the wrong type of way, maybe like the Argentina game, and a couple people flashing in the pan here and there. But whether that can carry them, past the semi-final, I'll be surprised.
Yeah, but in saying that, we got Japan, Argentina. Some people are calling Japan might win this game. Where are you? Yeah,
I think I think Argentina.
you hesitated. You hesitated because it would have been Argentina with no blink of an eye 4 weeks ago. But now we hesitated.
100%. I think this Japan team was very unconvincing coming into the World Cup, right? And then all of a sudden, Michael Leach has been immaculate at his age. He's played incredible rugby, and I mean, the kicker who knocks it with a knuckleball every single time looks like she should never go over. I don't think he's missed maybe one kick the entire World Cup. They're gelling, and they've always got the fight in them. I think Argentina just luckily recovered from that stumble against England. I think they have. On paper, they should win. I think they will, but I think it's going to be a really, really close game. I think it could be within. I'm going to say Argentina by 5.
Yeah, I think Argentina just haven't showed. It just feels like a game that they can rope Japan in. Well, Japan can rope them into a little bit of a dogfight, and then it could get squeaky bum and sweaty for the Argies there. I also do think they just got enough class and ability. They are the better side, and they just need to apply themselves and get the damn job done. But then that takes us to our quarterfinal lineup, because we could pretty much then we know that's going to be England, Fiji, probably, and Argentina, Wales. Interesting quarterfinals. Rematch England, Fiji. Surely England. I know we all want Fiji to win, and I'd love Fiji to win, but I don't. I'm a believer of grudge games in rugby, just like that New Zealand quarterfinal with Ireland will be. I think England will probably take Fiji in the quarter. What do you think? England will take Fiji in the quarter, yeah.
And this is, I'm a big heart over head at certain times. So I'm gonna just, play the devil's advocate. I'm gonna go Fiji.
Oh,
I think there's a little bit more. They have head in the game, and they slipped up for 20 minutes versus Wales, and Wales punished them, even maybe more like half an hour to a half of rugby, and Wales punished them. But even then, they almost got the job done in quite a tough game. I don't think England are that much better than Wales and Australia, if we're being honest. Like, they're coming right, but not that right that I don't think Wales are capable of beating them. And I really bloody want Fiji to win, so I'm going to speak it into existence.
Yeah, and Wales, Argentina, I'm going to back this. I like what I've seen from Wales when they've put their what they've done against, even what they did against Fiji was pretty good at times. There, I think they yeah, they got probably some lack of the green as well, but they put that game was pretty much put to bed with 10 minutes to go. Okay, they could have lost it if the guy caught the ball at the end there. But I think, and then obviously, well, I mean, okay, then we sit there, how do we compare that to Australia? But
Yeah, it's like,
with
oh,
where
Australia is
this
that bad.
but that it just looks more back to Gatlin Wales. That was one of my comments. Remember, they were Wales and the Gatlin were really good, really solid. Could have won last World Cup. Let's be fair. If Pollard misses that penalty, they won couple Grand Slams under him. Then Pivak got loose. Wales territory's under a whole lot of issues, but the Gatlin footprint is coming back there. I just don't know if they have. It's not a vintage Wales side, and is it too late? But I still think they're past Argentina. At the quarterfinal.
I think Wales is peaked to the semi-final. Like, this is still the team that the Boks gave, I think, like 67-2. I was at that game in Cardiff, and that's the Boks that ran rampant against pretty much a full strength team of theirs. But since then, it seemed like they've managed to really given some fight and dig, and that showed in that first Fiji game. But not only just getting away with maybe, digging wins, but they put to bed Australia. They really said, we don't care if this is going to be your biggest shock defeat in a World Cup ever. We are going to put you to the sword. We're going to give you 40. And there was a little worry, I'm sure, amongst many, including me, when Bigger went off. But Gareth Anscombe had a hell of a game. He's great with the kicker of the ball. He's solid, and I think there's unison there, which does matter at the end of the day. So I also think they'll beat Argentina, but again, I think it's within 5. It's close.
I do enjoy this coming from Albert. England might beat Wales for boring. Yeah, you're right. I mean, those 2 warm-up matches were something else to behold. Jeepers crow.
Yeah.
That leads us to the World Cup. I don't think you have anything, if you want to add anything for this weekend, but I'm looking forward to the final round. But we have 2 hot topics that we mentioned. Let's save the doping for last. Let's save the best for last, should we? Or should we start with doping and go on to how we see, because we talked about Fiji now and the justification of them for a Rugby Championship, or what a Rugby Championship could look going forward. Books into 6 Nations, which that is coming. That's going to come. Even though no one's going to like it.
6 Nations?
Eventually they will, yeah. It's just too commercially not, has to happen money-wise.
Albert has said let's speak about the doping, so let's touch that.
Let's do doping.
Jesse Creel has no.
So the Yankees failed again. Marks didn't break his knee. Didn't hurt his knee. That's a fake. So what do we think? So, okay, we need to lay the groundwork, all right? No one's been caught doping in the Springbok side, so that's one. This is an overarching sports committee, South African sports committee, or government agent, the guys here, but whatever they're called, haven't complied with the doping agencies, which everyone should be complying. Obviously, naturally, you are compliant, and you march on. But of course, we have not gone through the rights. We haven't been validated. What's the right word? We haven't done the right protocols. We have a breach of all of that. We have not done it. We are way late. But this affects all sports, not just rugby. But 2 things here. How the hell have we got here? 2, how does this affect it? Obviously, it's come out now, which is quite interesting. I'm not going to say the word conspiracy that it's a legitimate unsettler for the books, but it's obviously not, because it's been going for a long time, and the time seems to be up. That's coincide with the World Cup.
Yeah.
What do you feel about it? What's your thoughts here? Because there's gonna be people that are gonna judge the books purely. They're not gonna read the whole context and know what's going on. People have put us in a bad light for possibly doping and cheating before, and they're just gonna go, there we go, cheaters. Not ideal for anyone that this has come out now, right?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, the release has got nothing to do with the practices of how South African sports associations test our players. right? So we aren't doing anything from a practical point of view differently to the way we should be doing it. The fact of the matter is that on paper, we have to have a policy in line that matches what the world expects from us from a nation competing in these big events. And this was updated, I think, in early 2022 or 2021, and the policy that is within the South African sporting system, it does not match the correct criteria for that, and it's much more paperwork than it is physical. Obviously, you have to meet this criteria, but it's not a case of, oh, the Boks actually haven't got tested for steroids in 2 years. It's not that. They obviously have to. There are also these bodies that exist in world rugby and just internally within South African rugby at club level. This is a piece of paper that unfortunately, from a government and body of sport point of view, hasn't been ticked off. And there was a warning sign that of this coming. It was released on April the 16th this year by the Daily Maverick, and they said South African athletics teams, cricketing teams, rugby teams, all might have to perform outside of underneath the South African banner as a result of this. This was in April. This isn't, and again, like, we have been up until now. If we didn't, we wouldn't be allowed into these events. But it's merely something that's getting over the line. Apparently, it's being processed. I think they can get it done. But it's just a classic headache. That's for no reason.
Yeah, and this is what I was trying to allude to, probably not as eloquently as Albert has said, and this is what I worry about because of hearing. I've been on as you might have been. There are rugby fans that will undercover their breath or say, "Oh, the Boks are big because they're dope. They're dope at school and they cheat and blah blah blah." They say that. They want to say that. They don't say it out loud, but it's been something that's been simmering. It's been around. And this is going to, like, world media and probably fans start calling Boks cheats and dopers, or can the Boks management prove it's not about the Boks doping? You would hope, I assume the Boks get randomly tested. I'm sure they do, like every team. I'm sure the guys get put forward to be tested. So I don't think it's, I wouldn't believe anyone's deliberately doping and cheating the system. But this is going to, if we do progress, and I put my hands up, I don't think we've been in France, but if we do progress and we start winning, is this going to rear its ugly head? And I think there's certainly going to be factions of the media that are going to go hard at the Boks.
Yeah, they're going to, and in a way, thank goodness we aren't playing a quarterfinal this weekend, because it would have just gone berserk if we were, and people would be running with it. But I think, as Albert said, this is a government body that's dropped the ball. This is not the players. This is not the staff. Perhaps SARU could have been pushing harder, but it's not a SARU issue.
But there's only two people in the world, two countries, I think it was Bermuda and us. Like, how can you not, unless you're really that incompetent, like really dumbass, how can you not, unless someone's going to say, well, what you hiding, potentially,
Yeah.
So it's gonna open up all of this Pandora's box, and it's just, it's just such terrible time. It just mind actually boggles. Like Stevie says, it's such a South African story. It's so South African. Like, I mean, we can't. It's actual piss up. You can't organize a piss up in a brewery. Those guys at the moment,
Yeah, and I don't see it. If they don't get it sorted, and we can't play under the banner, and we can't have our flag on our chest, and we can't sing the national anthem, that's actually the only way I see it really getting to us. I don't think the media outcry will. I don't think this Bok team, they know their stuff. They know they aren't the ones in the wrong. They haven't been cheating the rules. So if it gets to that point, I think they can. That's when they might internalize it. But until then, hopefully we can just get bloody paperwork done. As you said, these Oaks, we've kind of, at least we can fall back on the chance that, there are other parts of our government that are also, less than competent. It's not like we are a perfectly put together nation without an existing problem ever, except this one, because then that would raise eyebrows. But it's like,
I see Campos.
because we haven't done this. That's the thing that we haven't done. It's not our preparation. It's like, something completely out of the Springbok camp's control.
Correct. And the campus comment here, and this is also typically South African, the government, as we know, it's about the word, and the government said it doesn't align with our constitution. That's their typical attitude. That is their attitude. That's the problem. They have this attitude that they know better, they're better than everyone. It's all power struggle. That's what it is, and they want to change. But the thing is, why? Like, for me, why? Surely the first thing you do is do this right to protect. That's your job. This is literally, you had one job, bro. Get this right. Protect our South African sports, and this is just not what the books will need. But maybe it also galvanize them. But I mean, I don't believe it's going to get to that we're going to be not playing under our flag and all that. But it's going to cause a palaver. Hopefully it galvanizes us in a way as well. The books as well. Hopefully, I don't see it affecting the books. I think we also affected. I don't see this book team being affected by stuff like this.
No. There's so much nonsense chat as including us. We speak a lot and we chat a lot. They know how to ward off a duck's back, and maybe that's less internal, but at least outwardly facing, which means we believe that they're not doing that's not affecting them, and until it shows in their performance and really emotionally, which none of them have, it's I expect it to be the exact same. And they built a reputation of that, not acting out, and just jumping against the one oak on Twitter, essentially bar Russie. But everyone knows that that's kind of his role. You compensate for the rest of us. You can be our voice. Let them attack you because you're not on the field trying to kick a goal in the 97th minute. Let the attention go on him. So he'll probably have something to say, and if anything, like in some reasons I'm like bummed, but otherwise, thank goodness there isn't a press conference this week, because there would have been words and kind of clickbait things going on there.
See, we here for the fans, bro. Let me do something. Yeah, can we look? Yeah, you see. We're here for the fans. Here's a score update, guys. There we go. It's 0-0 after 4 minutes. We'll keep it live. I'm here for I'm here for the people. I'm here to give out winning bets and good love, good vibes, and content here, right? So there we go. There's a live score for you guys. If you are worried, I'm sure everyone's got half. They probably got half. The TV's on already anyway. So, but anyway, Scotty, I know. Yeah, I love this topic about championships, and like I said, that's South Africa to be possibly. Okay, I'll say possibly, but I still think it's down the line. But that's because, let me just hear me out. I'm a believer in a universal world rugby calendar, universal calendar. I think we got to get to that point. And I've got with international, for me, I feel there's got to be 2 tiers going on all the time. And I love the relegation promotion vibe. Like, have a tier 1 Six Nations, tier 2 Six Nations, play it at the same time. Promotion, relegation all the time, including South Africa. So if South Africa make it, they're there. But there's a promotion, relegation fight always going on. But I would love to see like that. Let's say when Georgia's versus Portugal's in a tier 2 Six Nations type of environment. I would love that. Rugby Championship, I would love to see at least Fiji and even Japan bring it up to like a 5. If South Africa aren't there, obviously if South Africa are there, but bring it up to like a Six Nations, but Rugby Championship, but a Six Nations Southern Hemisphere. Mm-hmm. I think we should bring in more than just Fiji. I think it should go up to 5 or 6. So what's your?
Yeah, I think the only difficulty is in increasing the amount of games played. The Six Nations aren't playing home and away every single time, right? So that's what the Rugby Championship has. So I think I like the idea of a relegation at least earning a spot to play in it. I think I'd love to see at least one more nation in Fiji, be rewarded with something like that. But there just has to be some sort of a way that these smaller nations can, get boosted out of these existing incredibly well watched, and even the Rugby World Cup, because Georgia, Portugal is playing under the banner of the Rugby World Cup. I'm watching. I'm much less likely to watch a friendly of Georgia versus Portugal.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
If I'm seeing Six Nations associated to Portugal, Georgia, I'm then again much more likely to watch. So
Mhm.
I think they can hopefully just piggyback off of at least the marketing and the brand associated to it,
Mhm.
even if it's not necessarily competing on the biggest stage. Yes, I like the idea of a promotion and relegation and earning that spot, and and
But
Italy would have lost theirs a long time ago. I think everyone can agree, but it's needs to be a way at least of getting
and
money into the nations and get them playing.
yeah, and maybe it's not even a yearly promotion relegation. Maybe it's a bi-year, every 2 years it happens. So it still
Exactly.
gives them times to develop players, have the level, play that level. Because I suppose there's no point going playing three big games. Yeah, and then have three big games and you're back into a lower. So it's like, so maybe, so come on. But I do think that I know it's not everyone's for that. They're trying to spread the love but the lower teams need to play, and they are playing their lower levels, but there's still going to be a carrot. They're still going to have an opportunity, some motivation to get somewhere, because they feel they're just going to be forgotten down there at 15th, ranked 15th in the world, and make the odd World Cup appearance and get smashed. I don't think that's good for anyone. I want people to know who Portugal is. Portugal players are when they come in, into the World Cup. So we only hear and talk about them now. I would love a platform and a competition where they can show that. And going to your Fiji point, you're right. Obviously, Fiji and Jurors, we've spoken about this, and we said that with the Jaguars, with Argentina. When Jaguars went all the way to the final against Crusaders, RGs were arguably the best they've ever been. Dropped off the level a little bit because those players are not playing that level as often as now the Juror. So I agree. Fiji are proving themselves, and I think a natural progression for Fiji rugby, Juror, pop them into the championship. It would only keep that level, keep that motivation, keep that level going. I would have no qualms with the Fiji being added into the rugby championship at all.
Especially like given the decline, like you hate to say it, but of Australian rugby, like apparently they've got I think it's a 40% win rate since 2015. I mean, that is shocking. That's really bad. They've given probably South Africa and New Zealand a run for their money a couple times since then, maybe once or twice. And those have been obviously big teams since 2015. South Africa really actually only at the latter half since 2018. But like this, it's not actually, if you're looking at that stat, it's not completely based on merit. I'm sure Fiji has a very similar stat. So if you're saying you're just giving out freebies, you're actually not. I'm sure Argentina is much better than Australia. It's just because Australia have the reputational aspect of it, and they have the structure in place to be great. But the only way you give other people that opportunity is to give them like a structure of a tournament to impact it. And then all of a sudden, these boards within Fijian rugby have incentives to work towards, not just once every 4 years, have something meaningful.
Yeah, I agree. Championship becomes a Southern Hemisphere Six Nations, two-tiered Six Nations, maybe even a two-tiered rugby championship, because we can't forget all the Tongans and Samoa as well. They should also be considered. Yeah. Anyway, Scotty, we've had a good time, a good show. We've rolled on into the second hour. We've got through a lot, so I appreciate it, man. I really enjoyed talking with you as usual, going through all the
Paris this weekend.
Yeah, well, yeah. So yeah, I think next weekend is what we're eyeing out. I'd love to be in Paris for the two quarterfinals. Even I'm try to get a ticket. If I don't get a ticket, I'd still love to be there just for the vibe, Because you could have said even you were there with my say. You just being there is amazing, right?
World class.
All right, Scotty.
Thanks for the show, Christy. That was
thanks. Lekker, man. There's New Zealand finally scored their first try. I was getting a bit worried what's going on there. But thank you everyone on the live chat. It's been great comments. Really, really appreciate your involvement and adding value to the show. And we have a great weekend. Enjoy the last pool rounds, and we'll see you.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with Boyle Sports.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, BITDEFENDER, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
გადაჟი არის, sorry. ყველაფერს. ინგლისურ კითხვას არის.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this official eve of match press conference with Team Georgia ahead of their game against Wales here at Stade de la Bourgeois. Pleased to welcome to my left assistant coach Paul Tito, and joining him players Shalva Mamukashvili and Luka Matkava. We'll go straight to the floor for questions. At the front, please.
მოგესალმებით, პირველ რიგში გისურვებთ ხოლმე შეხვედრაში წარმატებას, თქვენთან მექნება კითხვა მორაგბებთან. შალვა, შენ მოგიწია წინა თამაში მონაწილეობის მიღება გულწრფელთან თამაშს. აი როგორ ფიქრობ აი იმ გუნდისგან შედარებით ახლა რა ცვლილებები არის უელსის ნაკრებში, გასაგებია ახალი მწვრთნელი, ახალი სათამაშო სტილი და შეიძლება ითქვას უფრო ძლიერი გუნდიც არის. აი ამაზე რომ მითხრა შენი მოსაზრება და ასევე ორივესთან მექნება კითხვა გუნდში როგორი განწყობა არის, როგორ მოემზადა გუნდი ხვალინდელი შეხვედრისთვის და რას ვპირდებით გულშემატკივრებს აქ ვინც დაესწრებიან და ასევე საქართველოში ვინც ელოდებიან ამ თამაშს. მადლობა.
გამარჯობა, მოგესალმებით ყველას. შეკითხვას რაც შეეხება როგორც გავიგე ნოემბრის უელსის შემადგენლობასთან რა სხვაობა იქნება ამ გუნდს და იმ გუნდს შორის. პირველ რიგში რა თქმა უნდა მთავარი მსვლელი რაც თქვენვე ახსენეთ და ასევე არის რა თქმა უნდა რამდენიმე ცვლილება, მაგრამ სოფლიო ჩემპიონატზე გუნდი და საერთაშორისო სხვა შეჯიბრზე იქნება ეს თუ ტესტებზე გუნდი სულ სხვადასხვა რამე ეს თითოეულ სოფლიო ჩემპიონატის მატჩის ჩანს და ჩვენ ჩატარებულ თამაშებშიც რა. თუნდაც ავიღოთ იგივე ჩვენი მუდმივი მოწინააღმდეგე პორტუგალია, რომელიც 1-1000-ზე სხვა თამაშია, აქ სხვანაირად არის ყველა მომზადებული. ბოლო თამაში აქ უელს, უნდა ჯგუფში პირველი ადგილის დაკავება და ხელსაყრელი მეოთხედფინალი გაინაღდოს და ამიტომ ვთვლი რომ იმაზე ბევრად ძნელი მატჩი იქნება ვიდრე ეს იყო შარშან ნოემბერში.
მოგესალმებით ყველას. რაც შეეხება იმას აღარ დავბრუნდები შადრემას თქვა ნოემბრის ტესტებს და ახლა როგორ ფორმაში არის უელსი, ჯგუფშიც კარგად ჩანს, 3 თამაში და 3 მოგება აქვს. პირველი გუნდი დაგვიყენეს, უნდათ რომ დამაჯერებელი მოგებით დაამთავრონ ეს ცხრილი და შემდეგ ეტაპზე ისე გავიდნენ. იოლი გასეირნება არ ექნებათ. გუნდმა კაი კვირა ჩავატარეთ, კაი მოსამზადებელი გავიარეთ და ვფიქრობ რომ მზად ვართ ხვალინდელი მატჩისთვის.
სამწუხაროდ ბევრი ტრამვა იყო ფიჯისთან, დაგვაკეთეს მოთამაშეები. ზამთარაძე, ჯაიანი, მოდებაძე, მაგრამ ბუკა დაბრუნდა, მოიჩინა ნეკნის ტრამვა და რამდენიმე მცირე ტრამვაც იყო ისინი წყორში არიან და ვეცდებით რომ ძალიან კაი თამაში ვაჩვენოთ. ის თამაში ვაჩვენოთ, რაც აქამდე არ გვიჩვენებია.
Thank you. Second row, please.
Yes, hi. If you can answer in English, it would be great. If not, Paul. Wales are not talking about the game you guys won in Cardiff. How much part is it for you in the build-up to this game, those good memories of beating Wales?
Having just that experience to beat Tier 1 nation as Wales is a great feeling and great, I would say, experience, and also it lifts up the results. I mean, lifts up the mark. So they will wait for us more. I'll continue on Georgian because I a little bit struggle to formulate my thoughts. So I'll continue on Georgian, and this guy is going to translate for you, I'm sure. მოკლედ რა თქმა უნდა ძალიან დიდი გამოცდილება შეგვძინა ამა და თავდაჯერება ამასთან ერთად იქ გამარჯვებამ და ეს კიდე იმასაც ჩვენ წინააღმდეგაც შეიძლება იმუშაოს ამან, იმიტომ რომ უკვე ყველა გუნდი ისე მოემზადება, განსაკუთრებით კი უელსის სახში წარგებული თამაშის შემდეგ, რა თქმა უნდა რევანშისთვის მოემზადება და მოდუნების საშუალებას ეს არ მოგცემს.
I think what he's trying to say is the expectation is, it's growing for our team. the expectation is growing, and also what he's saying is Wales aren't going to wait for us this time. You know what I mean? Like, they know that we can be a threat if they allow us to play and give us opportunity and space. And yeah, it's an opportunity for us to go out there and perform for 80 minutes, which we haven't managed to do for the World Cup.
Thank you. Go to the back, please.
Mr. Tito, how's team's physical conditions? Are we physically fit enough to play another 80 minutes match on a high level as it was against Fiji?
Yeah, obviously we've lost a few troops this week, but that gives someone else an opportunity that hasn't been involved. So, you know, I mean, we're Georgia's a proud nation, and we want to finish strong with an 80-minute performance. Like I said, that's something that we've struggled to put together. We've created a lot of opportunity and haven't managed to quite take those opportunities. So a couple of key work-ons, but for your question, you know, we're mentally fresh, we're physically prepared to put our bodies on the line for each other and finish this tournament by a nice performance.
Thank you. Any other questions? At the front, please.
Luca, Georgian public broadcaster. I would like to ask Georgian a question in Georgian. Luca, მათკავას ვკითხავ, ლაშა ხმალაძისთვის იქნება მე-4 მსოფლიო თასზე ითამაშებს იგი 15 ნომრის პოზიციაზე მომდევნო შეხვედრაში. ასკებს მიუახლოვდა უკვე ლაშაც და ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი მორაგბე იყო 5 წლეულების მანძილზე საქართველოს ნაკრებისთვის, შენთვის როგორც ახალგაზრდა მორაგბისთვის, ახალგაზრდა უკანა ხაზელისთვის, როგორი გამოცდილება არის მასთან ერთად გუნდში თამაში და როგორ გამოცდილებას აძლევს შენ ახალგაზრდა თანაგუნდელებს ისეთი მორაგბე როგორიც ლაშა.
ძალიან დიდი გამოცდილება არის ლაშასთან უკვე კონტაქტი რამდენიმე წელია მაქვს, მასთან ერთად ვარჩევ ძალიან დიდი ხანია და ბევრი რამე მაქვს მისგან ასწავლი. როგორც თეორიულად, ასევე პრაქტიკაშიც ნანახი. ძალიან დიდი სიამოვნებაა მასთან ერთად თამაში, ეგეთ გამოცდილებული მოთამაშის დგომა მოედანზე. უფრო თავდაჯერებული ხარ, გეხმარება ბევრ რამეში და მიხარია რომ ხვალ მასთან ერთად მომწევს ესეთი თამაში თამაში.
Thank you. Any further questions? Gentleman there, please.
Bonjour, Midi Olympique. Sachant que l'aventure va se terminer demain soir obligatoirement, est-ce que c'est important pour vous de profiter de ces derniers moments?
You want me to answer? ბოლო თამაშია როგორც ახსენა პატრიცემულმა და ბოლო თამაშია არა მარტო ამ სოფლიო ჩემპიონატზე შეიძლება არა ბოლო თამაში იქნება ეს რამდენიმე ჩვენი თანაგუნდელისთვის რამდენიმე ხო თანაგუნდელებისთვის რა არის თავდება რაღაც ციკლი თავდება 4 წლიანი ეტაპი იცვლება თაობები და რა თქმა უნდა იქნება აღარ იქნება ისეთი შანსი რომ ეს გუნდი ამ შემადგენლობით კიდევ ერთხელ გამოვიდეს მოედანზე რა ეს ძალიან გულდასაწყვეტია და კიდე ორმაგად мотиваციის მომცემია იმ ბიჭებისთვის, ვინც ხვალ იდგებიან მოედანზე და ვიდგებით, რომ ბოლო ჯერ ჩვენ ძმებთან ერთად მაგრა ვითამაშოთ რა.
როგორც ბოლო თამაში არის და რაც ვიშრომეთ, რაც გავიარეთ ამ მოსამზადებელზე, მინდა რომ პოზიტიურ ნოტაზე დავასრულოთ თამაში და ვეცდებით რომ მაქსიმუმი ჩავდოთ ხოლმე თამაში და მოვიდნენ გამოვიდეთ თავაწეულად.
Thank you. Any further questions? Going? Gone. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon and good luck with tomorrow's main. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Paul, do you want water? Yes, please. You guys, you all right? This one?
No, the cup.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're going down. You can sit here if you want.
You're in those things, you all right? Hello, 1, 2.
Thank you. If you can just talk closely to your mic, that would be great.
Mike Forshaw.
We are ready to go. We have Mike Forshaw, defence coach. We have Liam Williams and Will Rowlands. If you'd like to raise your hands if you have a question, we'll get the mic to you as quickly as possible. Who would like to start us off? At the back, please.
Mike, final session, everything go okay?
Yeah, fine. We've had a good week. Obviously, had the weekend off last week, so a bit of recharge, but fully focused on playing tomorrow against a really tough team.
What are you expecting from Georgia?
Physicality from them. I think they've always been renowned for a good pack of forwards. I think they've got some very dangerous backs, and a team that are growing, and we give them the full respect they deserve, and we have to be at our best to get what we want to get out of the game tomorrow.
Thank you. Any more hands? We go.
Thank you very much. Will, you're going to be linking up with Racing after the World Cup. Have you enjoyed your taste of French rugby culture so far?
Yeah, very much so. Been an incredible month out here. Loves kind of going to all the 4 different cities we've been to, and great support, great atmosphere everywhere. So yeah, I'm very excited to continue the journey after we're done with Wales.
Have you learned any French?
Yeah, French is on the go. I used to speak okay French when I was at school, so it's rusty, but the basics are there.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much. Just at the back left.
Mike, Warren spoke yesterday about having conversations within the group about being tough to beat, maybe rather than specifically what you're going to win. Just how important is just that sort of distinction in those conversations? We've seen teams like maybe Australia, promise the world and maybe not deliver at this tournament. In terms of those conversations in the group, just how important is it to sort of just set that out?
Yeah, I think this group's been pretty tough. I think, you talk about Australia and the problems, but Australia got a talented team. We've gone about our business. I thought we played a Fiji team that was emotionally high. I don't think we got the credit we deserve for that result. I thought they focused on the other things. It's very important that we respect the opposition in this group, and we have done. Portugal ran us close, and we expect to be challenged tomorrow. This has been a tough group for us, and we've had to work really hard. And fair play to the players. We've had to tough some results out.
And Liam, obviously you've been part of other World Cups where Wales have had that same attitude of being tough to beat. Did you feel that attitude is now back once again?
Yeah, well, obviously we're 3 from 3 at the moment, and as he's just said here, that we have been a tough team to beat, and hopefully we'll do that again tomorrow.
Thank you. At the front.
Yes, Mike, a question about the Georgia's defense. What was your impression about it against Fiji?
I'm very impressed. I thought they filled the field very well, and they're coached by Joe Worsley, who's an English player from Wasp, who was a very good defensive player and a very good coach. So we expect them to be very tough to break down tomorrow, and we've talked about ways around that. But like I said, it's going to be a very physical game. Georgia, a very physical team with what I'm expecting to be a very enthusiastic defence.
Liam, a question about November 22. Is the defeat still in your head?
I didn't play.
Yeah, but in the heads of the group, of course.
That was a couple of years ago. We're in the Rugby World Cup 2023 now. So.
Okay.
Frankie on the left.
Yes, hi. You still haven't made it to a quarterfinals, but you're definitely on the way there. Have you already thought about what might come next? Who would you like to cross paths with? You're going to tell it's about tomorrow, but have you already been looking forward to what comes next?
Yeah, we'll focus on tomorrow. Whoever comes next, we'll prepare exactly the same, whether it's Argentina or Japan, 2 very proud nations. But in the short term, tomorrow is the big goal for us. We're expecting a ferocious 80 minutes in a very hot stadium tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you. Any more questions from the floor? Yeah, in red.
Liam, personally for you, what does it mean to play against Georgia, and how do you think it will be a tough game tomorrow, or you will be able to manage easy win?
No, definitely not an easy win. Like we just said, they've been a tough team during this campaign, and we'll be expecting another tough game tomorrow.
Thank you. On the left.
sorry for your English. Last time Wales came here in 27 against Fiji. It is a bad memories for Wales. What is the place of this loss on last World Cup in Wales rugby history for you? Remember in this stadium? Sorry.
I do remember 2007 as watching the World Cup, but memories. This stadium. All right. Well, I've never been to this stadium. That's a pretty tough question for all three of us, I think.
No, but for the Welsh rugby history, what's memories is it 16 years later?
I don't think there are any really. I think there's a kind of a fresh group coming here. New World Cup, first time we're in Nantes. Last game of the group, everyone's just focused on that. Don't think there's any thought to what's happened in the past, particularly 16 years ago.
Thank you. Can you just pass the mic back?
Liam and Will were expecting a sea of red to be flooding in later today, some tomorrow. How much does it mean to see stadiums filled with red and the support that you've had in each city you've been to so far?
Yeah, it's been great. Having all the Welsh lot out there has been unbelievable. Nice was just like a sea of red. All of the other places, it's just been amazing just to have them here, and hopefully they all turn up tomorrow and they can be our 16th man.
Yeah, I'll just add to that I think it's sort of a colour that Welsh supporters bring that no one else does. We've seen videos of gathering in squares and singing the national anthem and other Welsh songs, and that's just, for us, it's been fantastic to see that. It really adds to the atmosphere and makes us really hungry to go out there and perform for them.
Thank you. Final question at the front here.
How proud is the group to prove everybody that Welsh rugby isn't dead?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've don't want to reflect too much on the past, but it's been some up and downs the last few years, and I think everyone was in this team was confident that we're a better team than we've shown at points, and that we wanted to come into this World Cup and just keep getting better, and deliver us sort of performances that we can be proud of and that Welsh public can be proud of, and I think we're gradually getting towards that. And tomorrow's hopefully going to be another step forward with regards to that.
Fantastic. That is the end. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, BITDEFENDER. BITDEFENDER is a global leader in cyber security. BITDEFENDER is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with BITDEFENDER, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on BITDEFENDER, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, BITDEFENDER, for joining the channel. I've been Reese here on Forever Sports. Thank you very much.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. My name is Wes, and we are going to be bringing you live coverage today from the game happening between Wales and France. The last pool game for these two sides. So fantastic to have you here alongside me. We've got some great conversation already happening in the chat. So if you haven't already, guys, make sure that you hit the like button on the video. It allows YouTube and other people looking for a good, legit stream to find us. Also look at potentially becoming a subscriber to the channel. Always helps and really, really important. And if you can, potentially a Forever Sports member. 19 Rand 99 a month allows us to bring you all this excellent coverage. But some breaking news, if you haven't been watching sort of the streams from the game, and this is your first, if you're watching just exclusively along with us here, Gareth Anscombe has tweaked his groin in the warm-up and he is out of the match. So not even going to put him on the bench there. We see the replay just as he goes to kick, and on the follow-through, really done himself quite horribly there. So really unfortunate for the 10, because Gareth obviously had such an outing in that last game against Australia, being brought on quite early for Dan Biggar, and really just orchestrating that team beautifully. And so I was looking forward to another big performance from him. And obviously he's come back from injury after being out for a long time. And now it does seem that he's done quite a serious one as well. So we really do wish Gareth Anscombe quite a speedy recovery. It looks like Sam Costello, though, will step up to start, being the only other 10 really in the match day 23. And I've been told that Dan Biggar is indeed actually going to be put on the bench. So Biggar was out with I think it was a pectoral injury, and he wasn't going to partake in today's game at all. But I think he's had a late call up into the side just to have that emergency option just in case. So not a fantastic start for Wales's last pool game, and especially losing Anscombe potentially for the rest of the World Cup could be a major blow to them. I think Costello has been potentially the third choice 10. I think obviously Biggar's the first, but I think given Gareth Anscombe's performance against Australia, you had to think he was definitely second in line, if not chomping at the bit for that first 10 spot. So again, we do wish him a speedy recovery, guys. But as I said, my name is Wes, coming to you live from Botswana and the Okavango Delta. So definitely get involved in the conversation there. Let me know where you're streaming in from, and as well as score predictions. So Andre Vermeulen being the bestest with the first comment of the day, giving us the score prediction there. Wales to win 42 points to 7. I think that's quite similar with what I've gone for my SUPERBRU pick. I think I've said Wales by a margin of about 35 odd or so. So we'll have to see. Without Anscombe, can the Welsh put together a solid performance against a Georgian side who we thought might be blown out the water by Fiji, but really showed us that they can indeed play very, very good rugby. So we'll have to see. Let's have a look here. We've got Joseph Jones then saying, I'm expecting big things from Wales today, really. Unfortunately, even though Georgia have fought hard, they have lacked clinical edge in finishing tries. Joseph Jones, you're right on the money there. In the pre-game sort of preview, rather, you will notice that Georgia has one of the worst records or the lowest points per visit for the opposition's 22. So they're able to get into the 22 quite well. But then once they're there, they're not really doing much, which is something that they'll look to improve on, hopefully over the next couple of 4 years. So we'll have to see what they can do. Just looking at general forms of the team, we're going to have a quick look at the Welsh side, and then we will get into the player profiles. Obviously, the Welsh side player profiles that we'll show you in a bit has Anscombe starting at 10, but that is no longer true now, obviously, with him tweaking his groin in the game, in the match warm-up. Really unfortunate for him. So looking at the Welsh side, though, coming on a 3-game win streak, obviously after beating Fiji narrowly, and then having Portugal dealt with them, and that blowout of Australia, their biggest points differential. So who would have guessed that? So Wales will be feeling pretty good, and I think they'll be looking to put in a solid performance today. Last pool game, you want to be able to go into the playoff games on a good note. Alan, how are you doing? Great to have you here. Good afternoon. Sadly, the game is not live on Spain. That's very unfortunate. Alan, I'll be doing my best to bring you the commentary. Alan, did you hear the sad news, unfortunately, about Gareth Anscombe? He is not going to be starting. He's tweaked his groin in the warm-up. So Wales's day not off to the best start, and hopefully Sam Costello can step up to the mantle and steer the ship from there. So fingers crossed for you, Alan, and the rest of the Welsh supporters. Okay, so speaking of the Welsh side, so again with that caveat in mind, just keep that there. Let's have a look at the player profiles of the guys who'll be taking the field today. guys. So those are the men taking the field for Wales today. Obviously, with the change, though, that late change, Gareth Anscombe out with a tweaked groin, and it looks like Sam Costello will be starting at 10, and Dan Biggar is being called up to the match day 23 at least, so they've got a backup 10 on the bench. So we'll have to see, can Wales sort of ride through the adversity here and still look to put on a good performance against what was a very strong Georgian side that we saw put up a good fight there. Lots of support for Wales in the chat, though. We've got Jim Helpert from the office saying, "Come on, Wales." So didn't know, Jim, you were a big Wales fan. Obviously, Alan, we know where your allegiances lie. Good to have you with us. And Dionysius here saying Wales, Wales, Wales. So excellent to have you all here. Yeah, start getting your score predictions in. What are you thinking? Potentially with that late change, do you see Wales scoring less? Do you see them scoring more? Let me know. I said on my SUPERBRU, I think I went for about a 35-point differential. I still feel pretty good with that. Don't think Sam Costello's had the best of World Cups. To be fair, he's not played that much, but he is very young, and hopefully they will be blooding him for the next one. So I think let's having a look at moving on then from the Welsh side. Notable contributions really. We'll see Nick Tompkins and George North pairing up the centres. Then you've got the electric lights of Louis Rees-Zammit on the one wing. Rio Dyer will be looking to get his first Rugby World Cup try. I think he hasn't scored yet this World Cup, so very odd. He was quite prolific in the Six Nations, but not having much success this World Cup. And the ever sort of reliable Liam Williams at the back then. And what can he excite? And the forwards, pretty stock standard. Obviously, no Jack Morgan, the young captain, but it will be Dewey Lake captaining the side. But then you do have the experience of your Will Rowlands, your Aaron Wainwrights, your Falatau's. So a very mixed, sort of more, I'd say, leaning towards an experienced side, but with some young blood there. So Alan's there saying Rees-Zammit for a hat-trick. Alan, I think you might have him on your fantasy side as well. I went for a French blowout. I think I had a bit of a New Zealand. I had the Pinot as well as Will Jordan. So the fantasy team was looking pretty good, as well as Thomas Ramos from the French side. But a couple of Welsh players in there. Let's see what they can do today. Hopefully earn me some big points. And I just want to say a massive thank you. Speaking of points and potential scores, a huge shout out to our channel sponsors, BOYLESPORTS as well as BitDefender. So we'll chat about BOYLESPORTS. If you think you know what's going to happen, you feel like fancying putting down a bit of a bet, putting your money where your mouth is, go check out BOYLESPORTS. The link's in the description down below. If you're not sure where to start, definitely check out Chris Rowe's pro tips on the channel. And guys, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. You'll get alerts and hit that notification button and updates when we release new videos. And Stevie P and the team are putting out massive coverage of all the updates. So it's really good work by the gents that side. We are going to then move over to the Georgian side, who I said I thought had a fantastic game. Definitely, I thought their best game of the Rugby World Cup last week against Fiji. So they opened their campaign not in the worst shape, but I'd think not in the best performance against Australia. And then kind of a shock. Potentially the biggest upset of this World Cup so far was the draw with Portugal, 18-18. So they will not be happy with that. And we saw them come out last week against the Fiji side and kind of try to make a statement. And they really did. Making the most, I think it was 192 tackles, something like that, and 92% tackle completion rate, and had 28 dominant tackles against a side like Fiji. That was a massive effort by the Georgians. So hats off to them, and they'll be looking to once again put in a performance today. They've got to draw this World Cup, but it was a team that they would have been hoping to beat. So can they squeak out a win before they obviously exit Rugby World Cup 2023? Before it's a long 4 years before they come back into the competition. Now, from the last 5 games, they have 1 win. Notably, that 1 win is against Wales. And it was that shocking defeat, or victory really, for the Georgians, of 12 points to 13. The Georgians were able to beat the Welsh side at home in Cardiff. So, yeah, huge upset there. So, if you look at the previous performance, well, just the 1 game, I think Georgia will be feeling pretty good about that. And I'm sure Wales will be looking to rewrite history a bit with this performance. I definitely think the Welsh are the heavy favourites going into today's game, but we'll have to see who show up and the attitude of both sides to come. So yeah, let's have a quick look then at the player profiles of the Georgian side taking the field today. Right, guys, welcome back. So that is the Georgian side there taking the field today. Yeah, so interesting in the chat there, we're seeing Alan saying there are some big Georgian forwards there about the scrum weights. Don't have those offhand for you, Alan, but as soon as that statistic pops up on the screen, I normally run the first scrum time. I love to show that one. We will get that to you guys. But some massive boys there, and we know the Georgians like to scrum. We know they scrum well, and it was something they used effectively against Fiji last week. So it's going to be a tough day in the office for the Welsh forwards, but I reckon they back themselves with good technique. So we will have to see. And then Craig, thank you for the update on the cricket score. South Africa just having scored 428 runs for 5 wickets against Sri Lanka. So a good effort there from the Proteas. Good work there. But coming back obviously to the rugby, yeah, so the Georgian side, we will have to see what they put out there. As we said, good at getting into the opposition's 22 and solid set pieces. We know they can scrum well. Their lineouts have been pretty good. It's just then about that sort of being clinical. Someone was talking about it in the chat earlier today, saying that they just aren't able to sort of get over that try line. So we'll have to see, can they turn the fortune or their favors around. I believe it was it Josh, excuse me, sort of saying earlier about, you know, looking forward to a good Wales performance, but you know, Georgia unfortunately just not able to drive the nail into the coffin. Yeah, so Dionysus there saying expect from Georgia that their forwards with this heavyweight will be a bit slower. Generally can be, but you know, these big boys still do move. They're conditioned to play, you know, up to about 60, maybe even 70 minutes. Some of them go the full 80 every now and then. Quite something to see. But they know their job comes down to scrum time, line-out time, making sure that they're at the rucks, making positive tackles. So the Georgians will be looking for a good one. As we said, you know, sort of last couple of games, they've drawn drawn 1, lost 3, and won 1. That win coming against the Welsh side. Points difference isn't so good. They've only scored 5 tries across the last 5 games. Again, indicating that issue of just not being able to kind of get over the try line at all. All their points against Fiji came from penalties. So even though they got 12 points on the board, it was all from penalty kicks. They are, interestingly though, out of the 4 out of the 5 games, they're the first team to score points. So they get onto the board early. It's just about then keeping that scoreboard ticking over and ideally getting to tries, because then we very clearly see, so they're the first to score points, but then in terms of the first to reach 10, only 1 out of the last 5 games were they able to be the first one to reach 10 points. So yeah, the Georgians struggling to find their rhythm, or if they find it easily and then struggle to stay there rather. So it's going to be quite a massive battle between the two sides. I think, you know, you have to acknowledge Wales definitely the favourites going into this match for today. It's sort of not as an expected win, because we saw the Georgians really take it to the Fijians last week. But you know, I think Wales will be hoping for a good performance, because you know, you can win a game, but you can almost feel like you've lost it at the same time. Yeah, obviously it's a win is a win, but you want to make sure it's a good win, it's a solid win, that the team was firing nicely. You know, there aren't too many issues. Set pieces are working well. So I think Wales will be looking to hopefully have all those bits and pieces firing nicely. Georgia, I think, will be coming out to try and make a statement and try and correct potentially, you know, that performance against Australia, and then definitely that performance against Portugal. They will not have been happy about that at all, and we will have to see what Portugal can do against Fiji. It's going to be a very interesting one later on to see, you know, potentially still a way through there for Australia, although very, very slim. And then obviously, speaking of ways through, tonight the big one between Scotland and Ireland. That will be, yeah, I think as South Africans, all of South Africans fans will be glued to the screen. I'm sure lots of neutrals as well, just looking at what can Scotland bring. Can they look to potentially bring down the Goliath that is the Irish side? And, you know, you sit as a South African fan, you're not sure if you really want that to happen. So, you know, at the moment, currently second, well, currently top of the pool, but with Ireland, if they get any sort of points or win, they'll be top of the pool, and really, you know, pick your poison if you want to play France at home, who are in pretty good form. We saw that last night against an Italian side, again, a bit lackluster. They had their moments, really. But the French side looking very good. They can score from set phase, they can score from open play, they can score from set moves. Or you want to play against New Zealand, you know, one of the team with the best pedigree in world rugby, and a very, very good performance at Rugby World Cups. Yes, albeit New Zealand not quite where they should be, but can never, ever write them off. So Yeah, tough one there. So let's see. Kevin Swanepoel, great to have you here. What do you think, Kev? Give us your thoughts. Jim, again, cheering on the Welsh side there. It would be good to get some more score predictions in. Let me know what you guys are thinking. Let's see. Denzel, excellent. Denzel saying Scotland will win and the Boks to face New Zealand. Interesting take there, Denzel. Yeah, so potentially if Scotland do win, hopefully they don't win by too much, right? If Scotland win, I think by 21 points or more, then the Boks are not going to face anyone. That would be quite something, a group exit for the Springboks. Fingers crossed that doesn't happen. And I'm not sure it will, but we will have to wait and see. I'm not sure if you guys caught the game last night between Italy and France. There was a massive call there with the high tackle where I thought Carl Dixon, the referee, just got it completely wrong. And Chat was also completely irate with that call. So I'm not sure if you got a chance to catch it. If you guys did, let me know your thoughts in the comments. Let me know what you think. Do you think it was worth that undoing of the try? Because obviously it disallowed the try that came later on. For me, I felt like it was a very legit tackle. I felt like it was on the chest. It slid up. I don't think it even really hit his head. I think he made a bit of a deal about it. It was 9 Luku who got tackled. And the referees then undid the try, which I thought was very, very harsh. So, yeah, I didn't feel great about that decision. I felt like the Italians definitely deserved it. But here we do see the sides walking out. Let's get back to this game between Georgia and Wales then. So we see the sides walking out onto the field. Obviously, no Gareth Anscombe there. If you're just joining us, Gareth, unfortunately, suffering a bit of a groin tweak in the warm-up with the kicking preparations. So Sam Costello coming on and having to start at 10, and Dan Bigger being called up into the 23 on the bench. So wonder if we will see him at all. Denzel, thanks, bud. Excellent. 64-7. So expecting a big blowout is Denzel from the Welsh side. Hopefully they can look to deliver that. We will have to wait and see what they can do. So the sides lining up for the national anthems. A couple minutes now, not more than 5 minutes before we get kickoff underway here for the final pool game between these sides. Yeah, Denzel makes the comment there. I think a lot of people feel about rugby becoming soft because of these laws. I think it's a fine balance, isn't it? We want to make sure players are protected. You know, rugby is ultimately a game that is played for some for a decade, if they're lucky, maybe 15, 20 years if they're really fortunate. But there's so much life after rugby. And you want to make sure that you are not really damaging yourself, with the CTE we see coming from the American football players, and likewise with some of the rugby players, sort of proper brain damage and issues later on in life. So we need to make sure that the game is protected. And ultimately, if the players aren't protected, parents aren't going to make their kids or send their kids to play rugby, and then the sport dies. So if we want to see rugby continue, there needs to be a balance between, I think, the physicality of the sport as well as laws that protect players. I've always been really proud to be a rugby player and watch rugby, because I was taught, at least, and wherever I've gone, to look at how to tackle correctly and properly, and your head is on the correct side. And yes, there's always freak accidents that happen. You don't get your head on the right side and you get a concussion. Absolutely. But if we can make sure the laws are there to protect players, but at the same time, it shouldn't open itself up to now this nonsense of, every time someone's head is touched, grabbing the face and on the ground. We saw it with Uruguay. We saw it with France last night. I've seen it creeping back into a few games. I'd like to see that be stamped out very quickly. Yeah, I think if you do have your head like that and whatever, and you're in such pain, then you're off an HI and maybe potentially off the rest of the game. So don't feel like you can milk it and pay a price. Right, so the Welsh national anthem is over, and we are now moving on to the Georgian national anthem. These guys so passionate. I mean, both sides, right? Really, really passionate sides. Going to clash today. So we will have to see what can this Georgian side bring. We know they're going to bring the physicality. We know they can make good, solid tackles. We saw that against Fiji last week. So the Welsh side is going to have to really sing for their supper here. They're not going to get anything given for free. Once again, guys, massive thank you for all of you joining in to the stream here on Forever Rugby, on Forever Sports. It's my second to last stream. I'll be with you once more tomorrow. I'll be bringing you the Tonga and Romania game. And then I believe Stevie P is going to be taking you guys mostly throughout all the knockoff stages. So it's been an absolute pleasure to be here with you. Really appreciate the support you guys have given, the compliments as well as just some of the chat. I think I've made some good pals. So appreciate you all here. Right, the Georgian anthem is done. Alan is agreeing with my comments. Thanks, Alan. I appreciate that there. And yeah, we're about less than 2 minutes away before we get the first half underway. Looks like an absolutely stunning day out in France. I think the weather's been pretty much spot on. We had that heat wave, remember that first week or two where the players were getting water breaks every 20 minutes. Seems to have cooled down a little bit. Thankfully, not too much rain. We have a couple of games where it has come down quite heavily. And then I think later today it's England Samoa as well. Isn't that also correct? I think Cal's going to be taking you guys through that one, so make sure you tune into his stream. What a clash that will be. England obviously looking to get their final good one in. Denzel being cheeky there, saying is Australia still in France? I'm sure Eddie Jones is keeping them there right until that last whistle goes between the Fiji-Portugal game, because there is the slim chance that they can still go through. What a story that would be. I think, while it is incredibly sad for Australian rugby that they potentially are facing their first ever group exit from a World Cup, it is incredibly exciting that Fiji is facing its first ever sort of progression to the knockout stages of World Cup. And if there ever was a Fijian side to deserve it, this is the one. So, that is sport, isn't it? And especially, rugby, it is one side so elated and one side so disappointed, but definitely do feel for the Australians, but very, very stoked for the Fijians. They've still got a job to do. It's not over yet. So can they get the job done? Can they put in a convincing win? I think they'll be looking to come out hard against Portugal, especially after a close or tightly contested game against Georgia last week. So the sides lining up here. Wales will be playing from left to right in their traditional sort of red tops and white shirts, and the Georgians then from right to left in their white shirts. Right, you see the players all getting ready to go. It is Mathieu Reynel, the Frenchman, who is reffing the game. I'm hoping that he has a good one. I think that's got to be the attitude of all sports fans. Is you want the ref to have a good game. You want there to be no controversy, which can influence potentially the score, the outcome. You just want the refs to have a good one. So fingers crossed, and we are underway. So Sam Costello gets us going with a nice high kick into the Georgian 22. It goes over the first lifter, but there is a support player at the back. So deep into the Georgian 22. And here come Georgia. So the first touch of the game. So the number 9, Lobzandins, looks to box and does so, but doesn't find touch. So it's brought back inside. Sam Costello hoofing one downfield, but straight into the hands of a Georgian player who then returns. A little bit of kick tennis going on. We saw this last night as well. Sides just jockeying. The forwards in the centre field just really having to wait. But now Georgia potentially looking to run it back. Matkava, ball in hand, going sideways, gets round, I think it was Dufford Jenkins, eventually taking it into contact though, outside the 22. So Georgia now looking to see if they can find a way through, and if not, going to potentially kick it upfield, which is what we see. So once again, number 9, Lobzandinze looks to kick. This more contestable though. But Sam Costello in lots of space there, so found a big hole and exploited it well. So Falatau, ball in hand. Rio Dyer then, no way through there, running into big number 5, Miko Dze. Not gonna find a way through him there. Right, Thomas Williams then. What can Wales do now? Their attack. So just inside their half, a little bit of stop-start from Nick Tompkins. Goes back towards the ruck. Careful not to get isolated there. Almost does, but well cleaned out. Thomas Williams, Sam Costello hoists one downfield, but again, not really contestable. Georgian players doing, as a Matkava, they're doing well to collect it, then handing off to his number 15, Lasha Kamaladze. So both sides just kind of feeling each other out here. No real moves as per se, but just a bit of an arm wrestle happening. Another up and under from the Georgian 9. Very contestable though. Goodness gracious, bit of a collision in the air there. Liam Williams has stayed down, but he did clatter into one of the Georgians. It has fallen the way of Georgia, so Liam Williams gets up a bit slowly, sort of has to jog backwards. Again, you're never sure there if he was particularly, potentially trying to milk that, contact. But the first penalty of the game does go to Wales. They've won it. So the Georgians, they're deemed to be off their feet at the ruck, and that comes 2.5 minutes in. But so far, looking pretty good from both sides. Liam Williams just receiving a bit of treatment there, but seems to be okay. So let's have a look. Sam Costello not going to go for posts. They're going to hoop it downfield and see if they can potentially get the first try of the game early on. Good touch finder from Sam Costello there. Yeah, so no real foul play there with Liam Williams, just eyes on the ball, Georgian player underneath it, jump straight into it. So first line out, they do find big Will Rowlands, and they set the rolling maul just on the edge of the Georgian 22. Thomas Williams at the back, hands on that ball, ready to deploy as soon as he feels like it is getting a bit too messy. And this is something sides haven't done quite well. So Thomas Williams, here he goes. Nice little inside ball into Louis Rees-Zammit, makes a few meters into the Georgian 22. Williams keeps it going to the left to captain Dewey Lake. Georgian defense being put under pressure early, have to keep their discipline, but it is a Georgian penalty. So I think it's, I believe, a forearm to the throat, and the Georgian player has stayed down. I think it is their number 9. This is now the 3rd time we've seen a leading forearm to the throat. And it was Captain Dewey Lake, I think, who ran in like that. And again, it's something you just taught not to do in rugby. So quite odd to see it at this level here. But Georgia getting out of jail quite early. Wales were looking pretty good there. So the number 9 seems to be back up on his feet, probably trying to get in Reynolds' ear and just say, hey, is it worth any more? But Reynolds seems to think not. So Matkava then looks to kick it downfield, does well to find touch. Does very well. Rees-Zammit does his best to try to keep it in. So here we'll see this foul play potentially. Oh, okay. It just looked like a good clean out from George North, really. I don't think there was anything in that, but potentially Denzel's fears about rugby becoming a bit soft creeping in here. So Georgian time at the lineup. They go to the back. Will Rowland says, no, thank you. I'll take that. Does very well to tap it backwards. So Georgia, unfortunately, not able to keep their possession. Here come Wales then from within their own half. I have to recognize that scrum half is at the back. Williams with the high up and under. Rees-Zammit gives good chase, very contestable, completely under it. The Georgian player goes up in the air. It does knock forward towards the Welsh side. Williams puts a lovely kick over the top and goes out. And I wonder, was that indeed a 50-22? Another Georgian player down, number 11, Ninashvili, a star player. He's on the ground potentially from that collision in the air. So both sides, yeah. So almost exactly the same thing that happened. Ninashvili clattering into Rees-Zammit and then falling on his neck. But it wasn't a 50-22. So the Georgians have their possession and they throw it straight to Daffer Jenkins. So Wales here, an opportunity to attack. Costello now needs to get it out quickly. Tompkins tries to do so, but doesn't find North. North eventually cleans up nicely on the right-hand side here, takes it into contact, takes 3 Georgians with him. Thomas Williams then off to Aaron Wainwright. Good strong run. Ball is loose, and Dewey Lake then deemed to be going straight off his feet at ruck time. I think he feels that the Georgian players were there and then pulled out, which is something we've seen the refs not really giving anymore. But Reynolds says otherwise. So Matkava now will look to get them back down. So Wales struggling to sort of string together attacking phases. The Georgian defense doing just enough to prevent them. Interesting. It would be great to see that replay again. So the Georgians do find touch. I see Warren Gatland hoping his side has a good performance today. And the same for Levan Mayashvili there, the Georgian coach. Okay, 2 lineouts for Georgia, 2 lost lineouts for Georgia. So they'll be looking to tighten this up. And you've got such big men in number 4, Chechiashvili, and number 5. So who can they find this time? They go to the back. It's better now. So ball in hand. Out we go. Matkava then to the back line. Pretty good fast ball. Matkava again. And straight off the head, classic Joe Marler, but not resulting in a try here. So a bit messy for Wales, but Rhys-Amet does well to clear it, but it doesn't find touch. Instead it finds Ninashvili, who seems to be doing a bit better. Half a hole brought down, offloads off the deck. Number 9 there, looking for space. And an excellent little touch finder. Does it find touch? It doesn't. Rio Dyer collects Liam Williams from the 22. Clears, again not finding touch. I'm sure the forwards are absolutely hating this. So collected then by Liam Williams, was chipped over from the Georgian players. Again, having a look over both sides, jockeying for possession and territory. But an excellent little stab there. Not sure who actually kicked it. It does seem to be maybe Thomas Williams, and he does earn himself a 50-22. So nice work there from the Welsh scrum half, identifying the space and over the top, perfectly placed. And this 50-22 rule, I really like this a lot. It does make it a bit more exciting, but potentially a bit more kicking. All right, so Wales with a good opportunity here, line out time within the Georgian 22. They go to the front, Will Rowlands. They're set to drive more. Valatal tries to come off the back, but the Georgians are wise to it and take him down. So no real advantage there. Will Rowlands now gets the ball, drives it up a few meters back into the Georgian 22. Aaron Wainwright just on the Georgian 22. So not quite making any positive runs. Nick Tompkins, short ball to George North. George North driving it up a few more meters. Thomas Williams still bringing us to the right there. Costello onto the boots. Looked a bit heavy, and it will be just needed to be a bit softer. The Georgian player was there at the back, but there were 3 Welshmen chasing that ball, ready to pounce. So Wales just keeping the Georgians wise and honest. 9 minutes gone. It's already been quite electric. Neither side able to quite break through just yet. Wales enjoying 65% of the territory. And Georgians the 35. As we wait for a 22 dropout here. Matkova hoping a ball materializes. And one does. So Matkova looking to take this downfield. He does. Awkward there for Wales playing from left to right. The sun is probably directly in their eyes. So Georgia, again, if they were wise, they'd be targeting that. We did see teams use it. It is hooped back by the Welsh side, caught by the Georgian. Mark is called, so we'll have almost effectively exactly the same thing. Except the Georgian player has the opportunity to kick it out on the floor if he wishes. He doesn't find touch. So Costello, again, looking for that territorial win. This looks like it's bounces well. Thought it might have gone just a bit too far. So lots of kicking happening early on in this game. Either side, not really comfortable. But Lasha, and the Welsh do take it quickly, sort of. They don't allow the lines to set. The ball was still live. Here, George North stepping nicely, finding some space. Offloads to Thomas Williams. Williams then to Duff Jenkins, eventually taking it into contact. Thomas Williams takes it to the left. Does seem to have been knocked on, unfortunately, by the Welsh side. So Georgian ball, it's still there. So play on to the referee with a knock-on advantage. Here come Georgia now from the right-hand side of the field. But no advantage gained, caught behind. It was Nick Tompkins, I think, who unfortunately knocked that on. Just a short little ball there, potentially a bit too much on it. But nice stepping from George North. Good acceleration from him. It's just potentially a bit behind Nick Tompkins there. Yuzol not enjoying the game so far in the chat. I think it's it's been a bit scrappy, a bit messy. I think both sides I just need to settle in. Hopefully the Welsh pack significantly heavier, 928 to 889. So 928 kilos to 89 kilos, Alan, for you. So the Welsh boys being larger than the Georgian side. So scrum does go down. That was the first scrum of the game, actually, 12 minutes in. So here comes Georgia. Lovely flat pass there out to Ninashvili. He's got some space, but Rhys-Amet brings him down to ground. So this is positive here from the Georgians. Out we go to the right-hand side then. It is taken to centre field. I think it's knocked on. Does fall the way of the Welsh. It is indeed a knock-on advantage. So Georgia not able to hang on to any kind of meaningful possession there. Out to Costello. Costello puts one up. No real chases on that though. So relatively easy collection there from Ninashvili, who looks up and identifies a space in behind. But excellently collected from Sam Costello. Does well, but he puts a bit too much on that. And the Georgians, again, just calling the mark. Again, it just feels, I wouldn't quite agree with Yuzol's analysis so far. I just think both sides really jockeying for a foothold in the game. And I think we just need to get points on the board and we'll see things settle down a bit. Maybe not. Maybe it's going to be this back and forth the whole game. Right, Matkova sends it downfield. Strains a touch, and the Welsh players do take it quickly. So inside to Sam Costello. He looks up, or it's Liam Williams, excuse me, and puts it up and under himself, chases it, and half collects. Collision in the air. Come on, Liam, get up, play rugby. He's appealing to the ref. They both competed, but Liam's not happy about that. Georgia do have possession, though. Charge down, excellent charge down there by the Welsh players. Trying to see who that was. Good work from the Welsh forwards, not allowing Georgia the ease there to release. You do think the ball's being held up? It is indeed. So penalty advantage here. I think it was Gareth Thomas comes away with it. It's a good opportunity. There's space. There are numbers here. It's a 3-on-1. Potentially passed that ball a bit too early to Sam Costello, to Rio Dyer. Rio Dyer offload and Sam Costello spills it out. We will come back for the knock-on advantage. I do feel like Sam Costello just released that a bit too early. Should have maybe potentially bit in a bit, tried to draw the defender to him, but instead shifted that ball on and just allowed the defense to shift across and ultimately take them out. But we do come back for the penalty advantage, so it's for holding on. It's on the 15-metre, about 8 metres out from the try line. If I'm Wales, I'm taking the points in this one potentially. I'm looking at Sam, saying let's take the points, let's get the 3 points on the board, let's settle, and we can always come find our way back down here. Again, Wales haven't struggled to get into the Georgian 22 before. Use all there saying I'm Ireland or I'm Irish. I'm waiting until 5 p.m. to get a few beers for for a real match. Gosh, I think Wales will not take kindly to that, but I understand what you're saying. It is going to be an absolute cracker later on. Right, so they've not taken the 3 points. They've gone to the line. Lake finds the target, shifts the points. Here comes Wales with the driving maul at line-out time. Nice little bit of play there from them. Goes sideways at first, looking to get any sort of forward momentum. Wales told to use it once. They do shove forward a little bit, edging ever closer to that line. Thomas Williams then out the back to George North, though, from a standing start, not able to make much ground, 3 meters away from the try line. Williams out to Thomas, Gareth Thomas, that is. Advantage, though, penalty advantage. And we are over for our first try of the game. It is Thomas Francis, the big prop number 3, who has to just fall over the line. Possibly one of the easiest tries he will ever score, but fantastic work there from Wales. Continuous pressure, and Francis coming away with the try. But nice ingenuity here from Wales at the line out. So up, down, and shifting that contact point. I thought Thomas Williams did a good job at recognizing when that maul had given what it had to offer. I feel like South Africa throughout this World Cup had just tried to milk that a bit too much, and as a result, they often got the ball turned over. But Thomas Francis rather doing a good job to run at the outside shoulder, getting around the one player and just falling over the line. So excellent work from the Welsh team there. 5 points on the board. Sam Costello, first kick of the game, a couple meters to the right of the posts. Lines it up. Straight down the middle, no issues for Sam Costello. So 7 points to 0 for the Welsh side. We see a fan there with his Welsh kit on, trying to show us his budgie smuggler, his Welsh budgie smuggler, but the camera cuts away just in time, sparing us all that visual. So Georgia make their way back up to the halfway line. 17 minutes done. Took quite a while to get the first points on the board, but well successful in doing so. Always hindsight 2020, right? I said go for the 3 points. They said, no, we're going to go for the 7, and they got it. Right. Matkova deep to Falatau. Not had much to do this game so far. Takes it just to the edge of the 22. It's slow to come out from this ruck. Williams sets to box. Does so, doesn't find touch. Instead finds the Georgian fullback. Bobbled it, but collected well. Tackled nicely by the Welsh 7, Tommy Reffel. And the Georgian number 7 there, Sagindaze, taking a strong run up the field. It's good work by the Georgians. They come back to the left-hand side here. Welsh defence now being asked to do a bit of work. But Matkova recognising some space in behind, waits it perfectly, but the ball doesn't agree with the bounce. So Ian Williams able to collect and clear out of his 22 and does so as well. So it was just the bounce of the ball. If that had rolled on over itself, Matkova would have had a great little kick there, but no luck to him. But good, strong run from the Georgian number 7. As I said, Sagiendaze. Good work from him. Alan thinking a bonus point by halftime. You've got a long way to go, Alan. Another 3 tries. It's taken them 18 minutes to 17 minutes to score 1. So let's see if the floodgates do open. Right, the Georgian lineout seems to be working better. They go to the back and set the driving maul. All right, lineout deemed to be over. So told to use it once. And the Georgian line does as he hikes it high into the air, straight into the sun, but Rio Dyer does well to collect that. Williams out to the big man. Crash ball around the ruck. Not interested in running it from their own half. Wales, so Thomas Williams puts one up. Not really contestable, although, gosh, Rio Dyer came onto that like a bat out of hell, and he's managed to bring down the Georgian 15, who's then deemed to have knocked it on in that fury. So all props to Rio Dyer on that one for chasing that up with such pace, forcing the Georgian fullback Lasha Kamaladze to force that mistake. So Wales will have a very promising scrum attacking platform here. Let's see Rio Dyer collecting that ball excellently. And then just onto that Georgian 15. No time to make any sort of decision. And trying to release it and back up and play it, and they ultimately knocked it on. Alan saying the boys have warmed up now, so we should start to see them firing. We'll have to see 20 minutes in. They've got a good attacking platform here on the scrum on the left-hand side of the field, just on about the 15-meter on the Georgian 22. They've got 2 players to the left, Costello and Dyer, so they're trying to keep the Georgian defense honest on that blind side as a real option. But you imagine they've got to come to the right-hand side with most of the space in the field is. Right, second scrum of the game. Been good in terms of knock-ons and scrums. Solid scrum. And Wales do earn the penalty advantage here. Falatau does dig it out. Thomas Williams to Costello. Costello to Dyer down the left-hand side. Manages to keep it in. They are playing with that penalty advantage. Costello then at the 9 position. Outside then, inside. Falatau does need to keep it in. It's eventually driven out. But it will be back for that scrum penalty. Georgia deemed there to collapse in the scrum. So the Welsh forwards putting in a big shift, saying, hey, anything you boys can do, we can do as well. You imagine they're going to pin them down into the corner again, go for the line out, see what they can get once again. And that's exactly what they do. Sam Costello taking them to the 5-meter mark. Goodness gracious, there's a Welsh gentleman there with a lovely mustache. I miss mine, by the way. Painted in the Welsh colours. That's dedication. Right, 5 meters out. Welsh line out. Looks like a full man. They go to the front to Will Rowlands. They set the driving maul. It sort of becomes a bit messy and splinters around. They're going to have to keep that in. It is available at the back there. Thomas Williams then to Nick Tompkins. Tompkins to Costello. Costello over the top to Liam Williams. Liam Williams goes himself and gets the second try. Alan, you might be right. The boys do look warmed up. Gosh, you thought William Williams was maybe going to be a bit selfish there and not score, or not pass. He didn't pass, but he did score. So all is well in the end. Second try for Wales as things are starting to open up. And as Alan said, the boys are warmed up and the Welsh starting to find their rhythm. Did well to keep this ball at the back here. It looked a bit messy, but it was a good pass from Sam Costello to hold over the top. William Williams felt like he had to give it. You can see really Louis Samet there rather screaming for it. He was just with a 2-on-1. Would have been a simple try, but I guess potentially a bit safer. So take it yourself and not risk the knock-on. So 22 minutes now done. Wales in for their second try, taking the score 12 points. Sam Costello with the second kick of the game. Almost charged down by the Georgian player, screaming onto it, but no issues for Sam Costello in the end, taking us to 14 points. Nice stepping there from Liam Williams to get round his opposite number 15 and ultimately over the line. I wouldn't say Georgia have played particularly badly. I just don't think they're doing anything really quite well at the moment. They do put the kick up, but Wales able to collect it from the restart. Costello now, Thomas Williams at the back there. Out to the big men. Met well by the Georgian defence. Bit awkward. Tackle deemed to have been made, so had to release. They do. Thomas Williams poising to box. Does so. Rio Dyer again giving good chase. Very contestable. Both go up. Fortunately not able to collect. Did he tip it? No knock-on advantage indicated just yet. So here come Georgia. And what can they do? It's ripped in the tackle here. So nothing really. Wales now with the opportunity to counter Liam Williams again. Liam Williams doing good stuff. He's feeling himself. So here he goes. Eventually brought down. Thomas Williams then to the left-hand side. Finds Dewey Lake, who's strongly driven backwards. Williams then comes back to the right. Rowlands taking it up route 1. Palatau sort of tripping over all the action. Out to the right here, Costello, short pass to George North. Williams out to the left now, back and forth, going left, right, left, right. Palatau takes it into contact. Williams to the same side, left side, Dewey Lake. Dewey Lake then with a better run the second time. Slow ball for Thomas Williams. Comes to the right, out the back from Palatau. Tompkins will show and go nowhere though. Rowlands also brought down. And the Welsh side earning themselves a penalty. I think it's number 1, Gogi Chashvili there. Number 2, Mamuka Chashvili being penalised for not rolling away. So easy penalty there for the Welsh. Felt like the attack was just a bit lackluster there from Wales. I can imagine here it's directly in front of the posts, and they do indicate to have a shot on goal. So we are seeing teams do this where, you might think, oh, don't they want to run the score up, but instead giving their kickers opportunities here to just practice a few more kicks. Opportunities that they know potentially in the knockout games how important kicks are going to be. So giving their kickers the best opportunity to practice in these high stake, pressurized opportunities, guys. But as we just wait for Sam Costello to line this up one more time, guys, a huge thank you to our channel partners, and one of those being BitDefender. So we have partnered with BitDefender, who are a global leader in cybersecurity. BitDefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks and to transform their digital experience. So big thank you to BitDefender. If you are interested in their services, definitely check out the link in the description down below. And a massive thank you to all you guys joining me here on Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Right, Sam Costello, straight in front, doesn't miss that. So over it goes for another 3 points, 17 points to nothing. Wales looking like they're in a much better position as opposed to the first 17 odd minutes. So Georgia are going to have to dig deep here in the last 14 odd of the first half, see if they can turn this around. Mud cover. Wow, the Georgian player's well offside there, but anyway, play on. Palatau then inside to Thomas Williams. Williams looks to clear and does just that, except the Georgian players will take this quickly. So Georgia looking to play with ball in hand, coming initially out to the left here, but bouncing back to the right does Matkava. He's going to have to stay on his feet to allow his players to get to him. It does just that. Lobzandinze, then the number 9, out to the right. Here come Georgia, ball in a bit of space, but the Welsh defence just shepherding them down. So on the right-hand touchline then, out to the left we come. Same way, once again, Matkava bouncing it back to the right, staying on his feet, looking for any way through that way. Does offload. Over the gain line though, so positive run there from the Georgian 10. They come now to the left, centre field, takes it to the line, and Gorgi Chashvili ultimately into contact. But nothing really here on the left-hand side. So Georgian attack looking like it needs to just find its structure a bit. And again, another strong run there from Sagindanze, the number 7 for the Georgian side. And again, having some meaningful bits of possession. But what can they do with it? Once again, guys, get your predictions. Alan was saying potentially a bonus point by half-time. The Welsh team are now 2 tries up. What can they do to see? Can they get those extra 2? Let me know what you think scores before the half-time will be. Give me your half-time scores and we'll see who gets the closest. You get the coveted Forever Sports Brownie Points Bragging Rights Award. Just waiting for my stream here to reload. Once again, thank you guys for your patience. Asking so much of Botswana Wi-Fi. It's done the job so far. It's just got 2 more games to do. Can it do it? Just waiting for it to load it back in. So while we do that, probably a good opportunity here to thank the other partner sponsor of today, which of course is BOYLESPORTS, and feeds in nicely with about score predictions and letting us know your thoughts. So do you think you know what the result's going to be? Then why don't you head over to BOYLESPORTS and create an account and place your bets. So really importantly, not only will you stand a chance to win big on your prediction, but they'll match you on your first deposit up to £1,000. So check out the description today if you feel like putting a bit of money on not just this game, on any of the games. And if you're not sure where to start, check out Chris Rowe's pro tips on the channel. Chris has got a really good track record so far. It's really, really good stuff that Chris is putting out there. He's made the boys quite a bit of money. So if it's not too late, definitely as we get into the knockout stages here of the World Cup, let us know what you think. Apologies for this, guys. Just trying to get the stream back up and running. Potentially in the chat, if you are watching at RPG, they're saying halftime scored 24 points to 0. So RPG, they're predicting at least another try, potentially. Stream should be coming back up in any minute now and get the action back to you. Once again, thank you for the patience. I think Sam Costello's not had a bad game. I think there's been a few decisions potentially where he's just maybe not made the right call, but I think having to be called up so soon, obviously unexpectedly, obviously Gareth Anscombe with that injury. I think he's done an all right job. Did see Dan Bigger there on the bench, so he is available, but I'm sure they might try play Sam Costello the entire game and see what performance he can put in. I don't think there's any need to bring him off. If Bigger was never scheduled to play today, if he's still resting really for injury reasons, maybe potentially to keep him off. But we'll have to see. So just having to refresh this side once again, guys. Sorry for that. So RPG is saying 24 points to 0. What else do we think, guys? Halftime scores. Last I checked, it was 17-0, which it still is. Do we think they can get that bonus point as Alan was predicting? And that then obviously finishes them right at the top of the log, which I think Wales will be happy with that result. We'll have to see then play against from the opposite pool. We always know injuries play such a big role in World Cup campaigns. And so far, I would say Ireland's probably being one of the main sides to be injury free at the moment. So really fortunate for the Irish side. And if you look at South Africa, they're suffering the loss of Malcolm Marx. Obviously France looking at potentially they've lost Intermac, as well as there was another French player that got ruled out early on, and obviously Dupont, the big concern now at the moment. But it looks like Dupont indeed will be back and ready for the quarterfinal playoffs. Who that might be against, likely to be against the South African side. And now Wales, wait to see. Okay, the stream is back, guys. Thank you once again. Still 17 points to nothing. Thanks for your patience, guys. Apologies for that. And doesn't look like too much has happened, though. But Georgia have got themselves into a good position down in the Welsh half. Looked like just on the 6 meter. So this might be an opportunity for Georgia to get on the board in the first half. And they'll be desperate to get a try. They find their number 4 and they look to set a strong driving maul. Can they get that going forward? The Welsh defense holding strong so far. Careful not to infringe, though. They shepherd it out towards that touchline there. Told to use it once, Georgia. So really needs to be careful it doesn't go down. That ball needs to become available because we see how quickly referees blow it. It's all kind of coming loose, and it does, and it spills out. He was looking for the offload there. You feel like if he had a Georgian player to offload it to, it was a try time. So 2 minutes from the line are Georgia here. Their best attacking opportunity of the half. Big number 7 there. Sagindanze picks and goes. Out it comes here to the back line, though. Struggling for the line. Does he reach? Does he get it over? He does. Georgia are over with a try, and it is Merab Sharikadeze, the number 12. Excellent work from him. Had a lot of work to do, but Georgia are on the scoreboard. So another try is scored, but it's not for the Welsh side. It is for the Georgians, and it comes through their number 12. Who had to dance around, drive through, and then stretch for the line. So good work there. I feel like it was potentially going to be lost at that driving maul. Somehow one of the Georgian forwards broke free. It was number 6 there, Gagache Chiladedze, and he was just short. And good stretching efforts from the number 12 right under the post. So we feel this shouldn't be an issue for a kick. Matkava should make light work of this. Luka Matkava. Lines it up. No issues from Luka. So 7 points to 17. Georgia, will they have the last say of the half? Or can the Welsh get one more and restore that 17-point deficit? Right, Wales looking to get things underway. 4 minutes to go in this first half. I feel like they definitely want to score once more before the half, and it does fall to the Georgian number 8, Jala Gornia, who takes it just outside the 22. Looks to box. And does so. Has to dig it out though. Doesn't find touch though. Finds the Welsh players. And up and under. I feel like it's would be Williams trying to collect this. Again, just lots of heavy contact in the air. No real collection of that ball though. It does come back to the Welsh though. So territory and possession gained. Dewey Lake met strongly in the tackle, driven backwards. Not often we see Dewey Lake being driven backwards. Thomas Williams into the right. Costello, a little dink over the top. Tompkins and North kind of collide with one another. So no real effort there. But Tompkins feels like he's been harshly done. Hands up, appealing to the assistant referees. But meanwhile, play goes on. So kick meters. The Welsh side out kicking the Georgian side 7-14 to 4-5-9. There has been quite a lot of kicking in this game. Sam Costello barking orders. It is the Welsh line out here just on halfway. They find Will Rowlands, come down, out to Thomas Williams. Williams then Costello. Tompkins off to Falatau just over the halfway line. Thomas Williams back. Sam Costello hoists one up for Dyer. In a very contestable position, but nicely taken from the Georgian 14, Akaki Tabutzadze. Georgia now 2 minutes left in this first half. They'll be looking potentially for one more score, but so will the Welsh. The 9 up and under, contestable position, bit messy, but Dyer knocks it backwards, ultimately collected there by Liam Williams. Thomas Williams, Falatau, little stop-start, doesn't go anywhere. So Thomas Williams now set box kick, no real way through the Georgian defence. Not an incredibly contestable position, but just on the edge of the 22, so can't kick it straight out. Again, this little kick battle we've seen be going on between the two sides, very reminiscent of the first 10-15 minutes. Seems to have just closed down a little bit ever since Georgia have scored. Once again, looking for that 50-22 to get in behind the Georgians. Often the Georgians have been in a good field position, but potentially here they might be caught out a bit. Wales would love that, the opportunity to attack from the Georgian 22 with just over a minute to go. And once again, guys, my stream has frozen. Apologies for that. Going to make a plan for the second half here. Just waiting to see what's happened. But it is a Welsh lineup now, so not sure what's happened there. But we've got 20 seconds to go back in the Welsh half. So here come Wales trying to attack, but it is spilled forward. So Georgia now with the opportunity to counter and potentially get one more try with 10 seconds to go on the clock. But it is stolen back by the Welsh. So good work. However, the referee's blown his whistle. And it looks like we'll have one more play here. So Falatau just losing it before the contact, didn't quite have purchase on it. So we'll come back for the Georgian scrum. Good attacking platform for Georgia here before the end of the first half. Can they turn this pressure into points? How much they'd love. Final try, taking it to 14 points to 17. Very much game on at that point. Possession's been pretty evenly split, 52 to Wales, 48 to Georgia. Again, I don't think Georgia played particularly bad. I don't think Wales have played particularly well. There was an opportunity there where they were looking like the momentum has shifted with them. Alan saying the boys have been nice and warmed up, but things have seemed to cool down just a bit. All right, guys, and that is going to take us to the end of the first half. Apologies again for the connection issues there on the stream. Going to make a plan for the second half to make sure we don't have these interruptions again. But the scores remain at 17 points to 7 at the end of the first half. Again, pretty decent performance from Wales at times. I think the Georgians have looked good at moments, but they'll both be looking to tidy up their performances. So please enjoy the halftime break, and I will see you back here in about 10 minutes or so for the second half of the final pool clash between Wales and Georgia.
Hello everybody, Stevie P here from Forever Sports, and I'm here to tell you about BOYLESPORTS, the official betting partner of Forever Sports. Across all of our channels, they are one of the leading betting companies in the world and have recently launched in South Africa with an amazing offering. You can get a 1,000 Rand welcome offer. For the rugby, they are giving you 25% payout boost up to 2,000 Rand on the Springboks winning the World Cup, as well as an extra 50 Rand bet when you stake 250 more on rugby during the Rugby World Cup. It is your one-stop betting shop. That is BOYLESPORTS. Come and join us in the community. Check the links in the description to sign up, get yourself an account, and make sure that you are winning big with BOYLESPORTS.
Hello and welcome to Forever Sports. My name is Reese. I'll be talking to you a little bit today about one of our channel partners, Bitdefender. Bitdefender is a global leader in cyber security. Bitdefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks, as well as to transform people's digital experiences. In the next 6 months, Forever Sports will be covering major tournaments such as the Rugby Championship, the Premier League, the remainder of the Formula 1 season, as well as embarking on the biggest Rugby World Cup YouTube campaign ever. To ensure that these are all a success, it is imperative that the Forever Sports channels and platforms remain uncompromised. And with Bitdefender, we can be assured that our cybersecurity needs are being taken care of. To read more on Bitdefender, please be sure to check the links in the description of our video. Once again, thank you very much to our partner, Bitdefender, for joining the channel. I've been... Hello everyone and welcome. And this might look a bit different, this setup, from the usual green screen, but to avoid the reliance on the Wi-Fi, which is really struggling, I've come out to the common area where we do have access to a satellite feed, which should not or should prevent any issues in delay. So that should be sorted. But yeah, you get to see a bit of where I'm staying in beautiful Botswana. But let's have a look at the chat then. RPG saying if Georgia plays it right, they can very well cause an upset. Yeah, absolutely. I think Georgia are still in this game. I mean, you know, we saw at the end there, they had a good opportunity to score from that scrum position, unable to capitalize really sort of, but one more try, one more converted try, and 14-17 game on. I think Wales will be very much looking to hopefully shut this game out in the second half. Again, they had that big swing of momentum taking them through, and then ultimately just not keeping the foot on the gas, allowing Georgia back into the game and just, yeah, engaging in a bit of kick tennis, which we saw in the first 10 to 15 minutes, but not really being too fruitful for them. So let me know, guys. You know, a lot of us sort of expecting a bit of a bigger blowout from this, I think, potentially. You know, 17-7 is a decent score, but will Wales now look to sort of tighten the screws a bit? Will they look to ramp up things and try really capitalize and push the score out? As I said, Sam Costello, you know, not great, not bad. I think same for Nick Tompkins, not really doing much in the game so far. George North has had a few strong runs, but you know, I don't think we've seen Louis Rees-Zammit with ball in hand at all. I think he's had one or two runs in close proximity. So I think, you know, the Welsh has got a lot more to offer than they've currently put out on the field. And so we're hoping, well, you know, the Welsh fans will be hoping to see what they can bring in the second half. Georgia, though, is still very much in the competition. Well, not the competition, but in this match at least. And they'll be looking to try and tighten things up and convert. We do see number 23 for Georgia, Demur Tabladze, is on the field. So I wonder who he's come on for, potentially
one of the backline Georgian players. But we'll see. The players are on the field again. The Georgian fans absolutely loving it. They know that this is going to be the last 40 minutes they get to see their side play in a World Cup for the next 4 years. So why not make the most of it? Alan, they're saying definitely, and I assume, Alan, you're wanting the Welsh to really blow out this Georgian team here and put the foot to the gas and see what they can do. And here we go. So now Georgia from left to right, again in their white kit, and Matkova gets us underway, kicking it deep to Faletau. And again, now Georgia will have the sun in their eyes. So I wonder if the Welsh will look to exploit that. It must be very, very difficult. Didn't see too much of that or too many mistakes coming from those kicks. Will Rowlands makes a good run up out the 22. Thomas Williams asking just for a bit more support there. So again, interesting tactic. Get it out the 22, and he'll look to box it. Obviously not straight out, but potentially in a contestable position. Eugene there saying, well done, Georgia, keep fighting. No, absolutely. We want them to keep fighting their last 40 minutes. It's all they've got in this World Cup. Ninashvili there just misses the kick, but it's okay. It falls again for the Georgian replacement. Hooker there, Vano Karadaze. And now Georgia with attacking opportunities here in the first half, just over the halfway line. But again, not too interested in running it. They're going to now look to kick. And they do indeed. Over the top, not incredibly contestable. Thomas Williams catches, calls the mark, takes it quickly. Almost gets himself into a bit of trouble there. It's an interesting decision there from Williams. I think he was hoping to catch the Georgian players offside, but they were 10 meters away from him. Thomas Reffel there, just a bit of juggling before being strongly driven back, and the ball ultimately being ripped. And it's all coming a bit scrappy here in the start to the second half. Georgia take the line out quickly, but I think they're saying, no, bring it back. Yeah, so the ball being ripped off Tommy Reffel as he took it into contact. So it does result in a Georgian lineout, and it is the substitute hooker Vano Karkades who will throw in. Again, all the momentum just shifting and sitting with Georgia at the moment. Wales will need to weather this and look to hopefully not concede too many points before they can get some more points of their own. Right, here come the Georgians then. Line out successfully, won it into the center field we go. Again, ball a bit slow at ruck time. I'm out to the left hand side there. I think big number 4, Cheshibili there, taking it into contact. Good, strong run by the Georgians. Now they come back to the right-hand side here. This is better from Georgia. Didn't see too much of this in the first half. Again, the Welsh defence needs to make sure that they are disciplined. Nice quick hands, though, but the Welsh defence just catching them behind, well behind the advantage line. Georgia North careful not to be blown for a penalty there. Little cheeky go from the Georgian 9, seeing what was available. Matkova now called into scrum half duties. It does go to no one now. Louis Rees-Zammit with ball in tons of open space. Has he got the pace? There's no one in front of him, and absolutely something out of nothing, and you have to feel really bad for the Georgians. But Louis Rees-Zammit, probably one of the easiest tries of his career. Just the pass there from the Georgians seemed to go across the face of everyone, bounced fortuitously for the Welsh side, got it to Rees-Zammit and looked up, and there was absolutely no one in front of him. Yeah, just here we go. And yeah, no one really knew who that pass was for, and it just fell to George North. North shifted it on to Louis Rees-Zammit, didn't even have to put the afterburners on. Yeah, one of the easiest tries. I think he will score. So Wales the first to score in the second half rather. And yeah, as I said, you do have to feel bad for the Georgian side. They were looking promising, at least putting the pressure down there, causing the Welsh defence to have to put in work. And all of a sudden, as simple as that. So Wales now 3 tries, 1 more try in the bonus points. Definitely seems seems possible. Alan saying 1 down, 2 to go. You got 2 to go. Oh, for your score. See Lee Halfpenny there on the bench. Well, not on the bench, but in the crowd as well. 1 more try, Alan gets you guys the bonus points. Essentially going for a bit more of a margin. Right, Georgia. Again, have to dig deep. They were looking good. Just 1 errant pass, really. Matkova. Just outside the Welsh 22. That seems to be taken in, though. Williams then to Rowlands. Ball again being ripped. Welsh have to be careful with this. It's a couple of times the ball has been stripped. Thomas Williams has to clean up, darting around, but no way through. There's a knock-on from the Georgians, so it's scrum advantage to Wales. Just a bit slow here as Thomas Williams gets up out of that ruck. He'll look to box kick it. I see, Alan. Yes, Louis Sammers hat-trick. I've got you. I'm with you now. Sorry, I'm a bit slow here. It's hotter out where I am at the moment. Okay, big up and under from the Georgian back. It does bounce. It goes all over the place, but it has been knocked on, so it is an advantage to the Georgian side. So they will have a scrum. Yeah, both sides not incredibly comfortable under the high ball. There've been a few mishaps. So the Georgians now sit just on the other side of the Welsh 10-meter, all the way to the right-hand side. So it's a nice opportunity here to explore and exploit that left-hand side. Lots of space to run into. Ask lots of questions of the Welsh defence. Scrum reset. Again, that sun, not in a great opportunity, or not in a great position, rather, for the Georgian players now running directly into it. So you wonder potentially if that might cause a few issues. Wales, I thought, dealt with it well in the first half. We go for the reset scrum. Not the most stable scrum I've seen in my life. Massive shove from the Welsh side. Short arm to the Georgians. But huge effort from the Welsh forwards there, although referee Reynel, I think, blew their short arm for not scrumming straight. There's a little tap and go from the Georgians, so we get play underway quite quickly. Now we come to the left-hand side. Edging just outside the Welsh 22. Making our way to the left, so now we come back to the right-hand side. It is knocked on, though, so the Welsh defence does enough to disrupt. And unfortunately, big number 5, Mikaudzadze, knocking it on in the contact. Shake of the head, he knows he should be doing better. Very physical. A few big physical runs from the Georgians this afternoon. But the Welsh defence more than up for it. Alan saying, our dragon won't be slain by George. Yep, I see what you've done there. Right, handling errors. Yeah, the Georgians just making 9, whereas the Welsh have been tidy today, only 4. Has been quite neat in that sense. Not too many knock-ons or issues. Solid scrum. Now the Georgians decide to do a bit of a push. Was that knocked on at the base of the scrum? Referee Renell says absolutely it was. So we're going to have a scrum in the same position. Thomas Williams just went to go grab it, and as he looked up, something changed. But it's a good solid shove by the Georgian forwards. Funny that, how you can have one scrum so dominant just moments before. Anyway, now Georgia with an excellent opportunity here, just outside the Welsh 22. They'll be desperate to turn this pressure, to turn this territory, to turn this possession into points. Right, we do see number 5 coming off and number 19 being brought on. So Mikaudzadze, I think, he's had a good World Cup, but clearly the coaches are saying, right, mate, just come off. Let's get some fresh legs on there in Lado Chachanidze. He's coming on. What can he bring to this scrum? Not great for the number 5, where effectively the last thing you've done is knock the ball on. Never a nice feeling, but can't say no. So we go to scrum time. It does kind of reel around. I think we'll have a reset. So both sides here at the scrum really sort of jockeying for dominance. RPG in the chat saying, just goes to show you can be big, but without experience, it's pretty moot. They really should give the Springboks more credit for that. RPG, I'm on board with you there. I think, we often hear about the Springboks being so big and so dominant and this, that, the next. But if you look, often we're not the heaviest pack on the field. And I mean, if you could look at a guy like Quagga Smith, right, definitely not the biggest player on the field, but him, how effective he is and his strength and his skill set as well is just, something to I think really be admired. So I'm with you on that one. Being big and bruising and whatever is only half the equation. It's then the conditioning, and the skill sets that come along with it. So absolutely. Okay, so we'll have our third reset scrum in the same position. Georgia opportunity here just outside the Welsh 22. It does go down. You feel like the ref's going to have to sort this out because we've wasted not wasted, but it's been about a good 3-4 minutes trying to sort this out. You feel if a penalty does come the Georgians' way, I feel like you just point directly to posts. 17-10, you're back in that game big time. So it is 10 minutes done in the first half. Right, here we go. So Georgia feed. There was an early hit this side. The referee didn't see it, and it does go down. It is a Georgian penalty, and he has blown the whistle. Right, so Georgian forwards, Welsh forwards, clearly not happy with that decision. Understandably so. One of the Georgian players seems to be in a huge amount of pain, though. And number one, Gareth Thomas for Wales is not happy with that decision. Just wait to see this Georgian player. Yeah, it is very, very tough call because you do feel like it is the Georgian prop on this side, the Georgian number 3 who drags it down. Ultimately losing his footing and causing that scrum to collapse. So always interested. It was, number 18 rather for Georgia. Irakili Aptutsiurari there, who in my eyes should have been penalized. The Georgians are declining the 3 points and they're going for the corner because that's right, it's no longer 17, it's 24, so potentially not enough time to go for the posts and then back. Right, good opportunity here. We've been here before, though. The Georgians go back the line up. It is tapped backwards from the Welsh, though. So again, able to disrupt that. The Georgians not doing themselves any favors at set piece time. Normally something they've been pretty decent at. Most of their tries coming from set pieces, unable to get it effectively away. Thomas Williams with a box clearance. I think we're still in the Welsh 22. The Georgians do need to sort these line-out issues out. Aaron Wainwright disrupting that line-out excellently. Right, and substitutions for Wales now. It does look like the front row is coming off. Thought they had a pretty decent afternoon. Won't obviously be happy with that last scrum, but potentially the reason we're seeing the substitution, get some fresh bodies on the park, sort things out at scrum time. So we do see Elliot D, Nicky Smith, and Henry Thomas coming onto the field. I'm going to say goodbye to Gareth Thomas, Dewey Lake, and Thomas Francis. Right, they go to the front of the line-out. It is quite messy, but it does fall Georgia's way. Strongly driven up by the try scorer, Sharikadze. Slow ball, though. We come. Jala Gornia, the number 8, taking into contact, eventually brought down to ground, but the ball is available feel like it was going to be deemed a maul, but not quite. Here comes Georgia, the opportunity. Number 14, can he stay in? My goodness, that looked incredibly close. We'll have to see. He is over the line now, whether he steps out, but this would be massive for the Georgians if they got it. Good pace there from Akaki Tabuitsadze, but I do have a feeling he might have been in touch here. Leg. Yeah, he's out of touch anyway before, so it will be a 5-meter line out to Wales. But good effort from the Georgians. Again, just showing that threat. Yeah, it's clearly out even before, and then doesn't get the grounding down either. Rio Dyer doing, although there's a bit of grounding there, but it does look like he grounds it out. Rio Dyer doing excellent work to get his foot underneath there and disrupt. Right, so 5 meters. The Wales are able to secure it. They go to the center, set the driving ball, give some more time, and hopefully a few more meters. They make just a few. Thomas Williams has it at the back. Has to get it out awkwardly. Falatau then up the field a little further. Now sitting at about 10 meters from their try line. Williams feels like this is a safe enough distance to look to clear. Does so, doesn't find touch though. Finds Ninashvili. Nashvili then to Akaki. Akaki gets round 1. He's off the races. He's feeling it. Nice offload there. Gets it out to number 13. Nice run from Georgie. This is good by Georgia. Lots of momentum here. Can they keep the discipline? They're able to keep the ball as well. Matkava then out to screaming for it on the right-hand side though. But the Welsh have rained on that parade. The Georgian players deemed to be hanging on. And effectively the cleaners coming in at the side, ultimately what they are. Repeat or so unfortunate for Georgia. They felt like they were starting to get some really good momentum, and that a try was on the cards. But just again that discipline at ruck time. But throughout the World Cup, they've been one of the sides to give away the most amount of penalties at ruck time, their own rucks as well. But Georgia's still very much in the competition here to play. As we see Wales now winning the line out, taking it into centre field, looking for a way through. No way through though, so Sam Costello hoists one up a little bit too far, but Reece Salmon putting good pressure, wrapping up Georgie Kvezelades. So back we go. And the Georgians kick it forward. Rida allows it to bounce, a bit awkward. Georgian chase is good. Tompkins then finds Liam Williams, who's having to scramble backwards. Georgia putting good pressure, but ultimately Wales able to secure that. Come to the left here, Dyer to Falatau. Falatau looking for the offload to North, but decides to take it in. Thomas Williams then up to the right. Some of the new substitutes on the field. I think it was Henry Thomas taking into contact. And once again, just a couple phases, no way through. They're going to then look to up and under it. So something that's very clear from both sides, it seems. A couple phases, no way through. They're going to then kick it away. Ultimately caught by the Georgians, brought down to ground. Matkava having to go in at scrum half. Out to his strong number 7, who I think has made some excellent runs today and does so now well over the gain line. It is Sayanan Adde. And eventually now back to Matkava looking for over the top, but doesn't quite find what he's looking for. I think Liam Williams just calling the mark there, asking his players to come back, settle things down, and allow everyone to get into position. So no real side here in the second half showing much dominance. Wales with the early try. But it was quite fortunate, you can say, that Louis Samet try. Wouldn't say it came from anything particularly special the Welsh did. Liam Williams kicks it upfield, doesn't find touch. Matkova now ball in hand, looking to run. Gets half round one, then offloads. Nice inside ball there. It's good by Georgia. They're keen to now start running with ball in hand, which is nice to see. Needs to be quicker. Oh, and clever little play from the Georgian number 9, who just made a bit of a show about tripping over one of the Welsh players who wasn't in at the ruck, but was rolling away to the side and got in the way of the 9. So earning him his squad the penalty. You see a Georgian player is down on the ground. Don't think there was foul play. Or maybe there was. That's a tough one. So there is head contact. I wonder if we'll see anything. He did completely duck his head, though. Difficult with his. So we are going to see him leave the field, I think, for an HIA. But the Georgians now looking a bit more exciting, looking to run and get through that Welsh defense, and they are finding a few holes. So line-out success. The Georgians not having a good day at line-outs, losing quite a few of them. We do see number 21 for Georgia coming onto the field, and that is Gela Abradidze. And the number 9, the Lopan Zandinze, comes off the field. I think he's had a good stint. It's a good World Cup, I think. He's done well. He's done what's required of him. Unfortunately, his side just not able to secure a victory this World Cup. But the Georgians do ping it down into the Welsh 22. So again, another good opportunity. We know the Georgians can get down there. They do get down there. It's just about what they do down here now that they really struggle with. So what can they do? Can they turn the fate? They win this line out nicely. They set the glee. Splinters away, I think, number 16 there for Georgia. 2 meters from the line. Welsh players are offside. So there's a penalty advantage here. Georgia now have an opportunity to try and play a bit looser, although not to make any silly decisions. 1 meter from the line. Pick and going on the side. Opportunity. Feel like, looks like he's over. That looks like a Georgian try to me. It is given. So Georgia with the response. Trying to see who it is who comes up. That's absolutely stoked. It's number 16, Vano Karakadze, comes up with the try there for a little pick and go around the corner of the ruck. 24 points to 12. Try time, Georgia. So again, finally the Georgians working that line out to success and then just keeping a bit of discipline there. Vano, the one to break away initially from that line, and then diving through. The Welsh player who was lying down just around the side and actually created the space for him to dive around there. So Georgia score in the second half. But again, I think a lot closer than many people would have thought. It's not over yet. It's still 20 minutes. Can Wales? They've never quite got back that momentum they had. No issues for Matkova there. So 24 points to 14. Only 10 difference in it now. 10 points rather. But the Welsh side have not been able to sort of wrestle back that momentum they had where they scored those 2 tries in the third. So underway once again. Sam Costello, Matkova to Ninashvili. And he's had a relatively quiet game, not brought in too much. Up and under, caught by Ninashvili though. once again, a similar little play there. Now it's Sam Costello who was deemed to be in the way. And the replacement scrum half, number 21, Gela Apradzite, just sort of falling over his feet, making it really clear to the referee that this player is in the wrong place and he's impeding my ability to do my job, which is a bit cheeky, but potentially Sam, if he just stayed still instead of rolling, but yeah, not the best decision there from young Sam Costello. So again, with possession and now some territory just outside the 22, but let's say about 30 odd meters from the try line, they line out jumper. This is better from Georgia now. Things are starting to flow. Good run there. A nice link up between 12 and 8. Right, back to the left-hand side we go. Ninashvili now through. Ninashvili for the line. Georgia are going to score. That is fantastic work there. Poor defense from the Welsh side, though. But Ninashvili just absolutely exploded through that defensive line. He scored on the left-hand side. It's not going to be an easy conversion kick for Matkava, but they'll take the 5 points all day. Oh, no, Wales. Have they gone to sleep like they did in the Fijian game? But this was better from Georgia. Clinical line-out, good running, and then bounce back to the left-hand side. The defense all kind of moved around this way, but Ninashvili here just steps round, hands off, I think it was Gareth Davies there. An extravagant leap for the line. Very risky. That ball goes flying. He would have not been forgiven. Liam Williams there shaking his head. He knows that they should have done better, but let's see what Matkava can do with this conversion. And as I said, there's still 18 minutes to go. There's plenty of time. Georgia definitely with momentum and the wind to their back now. Game very much on. All right, Matkava from the touchline. Nope, just pulls it to the left. Unfortunately, not able to convert that one, but it is 24 points to 19. So they are within a converted try. Ninashvili just getting around big number 17, Nikki Smith, then handing off Gareth Davies before going through with what I'm sure will be quite a nicely photographed try. But Wales now need to sort of just switch back on, realize that there's still very much a game at hand. It's not done yet. Alan, how are you doing in the chat there? It's gone very, very quiet. What do we think, guys? And this is, yeah, quite something. Right, but Georgia, you can see all the players now are completely stoked, looking for them to pick up the pace. The Welsh here, though, seem to be the ones just struggling a bit. Right, Wales win the line out. Gareth Davies, then Costello. Costello out to Faletau. Faletau with a good strong run of his own over the gain line. Davies. Alan Robinson thinking, yep, that sounds about right. But the Welsh do win a penalty at ruck time. This will alleviate some pressure. Now you want to potentially slow things down, look to pin it down into the Georgian 22, see what you can do, get your big boys rolling there with the mauls. I think Faletau stayed down after his run, although it looks like Sam Costello has pointed to the post. So again, smart. It does take you out of a converted try range just. So if he backs himself from that distance, he's about 45 meters, maybe 46 meters. Just to the left-hand side. Big kick for young Sam Costello. Put his side in a better opportunity here. So here goes young Sam. He's got Oh, I had the line, didn't have the distance though, just short. So Markova collects and kicks away. So no relief for the Welsh there. Liam Williams now not kicking the ball. Wales realizing that they actually need the ball in hand to score. Who would have thought it? So here come Wales. Gareth Davies. Liam Williams looks like he's rolling around in some pain, but eventually gets up. It is hoisted in the air. Eventually, Rio Dai goes for it, but Ninashvili comes up with it. Good take from the Georgian winger. Here come Georgia. Still deep within their half, a couple meters outside their 22. Right, Sam Costello collects the kick nicely. Gareth Davies then looks up, finds his big man, then out to Nick Tompkins. Tompkins then takes it to the line. George North then shovels it on. There's space for Liam Williams. Liam Williams kicks ahead. Louis Rees-Zammit. Ramit is run to this. It bounces nicely. Louis Rees-Zammit with a collect and a score. There we go. And that's what you were thinking of. 2 down, 1 to go. Wales answer with a well-worked try of their own. Not sure how the Georgian defense just got caught out there a bit. Good chip from Liam Williams there ahead. Recognized he had Rees-Zammit on his inside, and yeah, to not use speed like that would just be such a waste. So good work here from Tompkins, who took it to the line, causing the defense to come in, and then George North though actually throwing an excellent pass out to Liam Williams. Nice work from the Welshman there. Bounce of the ball. How easy that could have bounced differently, but it didn't. Try time to Wales. 29 points now to 19 with the kick to come. All the way on the right-hand side. 1 to go, Alan, 1 to go. 13 minutes, still plenty of time for Louis Rees-Zammit to get his hat-trick. Sam Costello strikes it well, strikes it very well, straight down the middle. Excellent conversion kick from young Sam Costello. So takes us to 31 points to 19, just when you felt like the Georgians were all of a sudden putting in a big shove, which they were. Wales breaking Georgian hearts. Liam Williams is coming off the field, but he's had a pretty good outing today. Not too many attacking opportunities for him. Lots of kicking though, tactical kicking, but obviously with the assist in that last try. So underway once again. Wales outside their 22. Davies feeds it to the right. Looks to give himself some room there from the box kick. Well caught by the Georgians. It is returned, but no real competition there. Gareth Davies collects it. It's got some space, looks up, identifies there's no one home for Georgia on that side. Not able to quite find a 50-22, but nevertheless, we'll look to pin the Georgians back in their own half and ask them to run it back at them from there. So having a look at that initial poll that was done, who will win this rugby clash? 81% of you saying Wales, 15 says Georgia, and 2% said a draw. So it does look like Wales are going to take this one. Still time. We've seen the Georgians score from nothing, but at the same time, we've seen the Welsh do the same. So it is now going to be a big ask for Georgia. Rees-Zammit collects a high ball well, taking it down just before the halfway, all the way on the left-hand side of the field. Davies, or was Tompkins really in the 9 position. Now Gareth Davies. Having to work to get that ball out. Apologies if there's any noise being picked up in the background. once again in the common sort of area of where I'm staying at the moment. So Ninashvili then collects well, stays on his feet. Good strong run from the Georgian winger, does well to keep it in, but it looked like the whistle had gone there. It is going to be a bit scrappy here now. Does seem to be a bit of handbags here. Here it is. Huge push and shove. Players getting involved. This is really ugly. Haven't seen a blowout like this. Liam Williams coming off the bench. Bench players getting involved. Still going on at quite some fever. Really not great from either side. The crowd making their thoughts. Well, this is still going on. Players are still having to be separated. Lots of support staff getting involved. Haven't seen a blowout like this at the World Cup yet. Yeah, so I think it was Tane Basham potentially who started that, number 20 for Wales. It is Tane Basham, just with a bit of pushing and shoving, and the Georgians not having any of it. And next thing we know, pretty much the entire team was joined in. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a yellow card for Tane Basham, for number 20, who's just come on the field. Not the most effective thing he could have done, really. Quite unnecessary. Your team is ahead. So we are seeing Tane being called. So Will Rowlands being the captain here, looks like he's acting captain. Be very interesting to see what the conversation is. Might be just because both sides behaved so badly. But the referee is going to his card. So Will Rowlands and Ninashvili both receive yellow cards. Rowlands is saying, like, yeah, he's trying to plead his case. No, there we go. So it does seem like Tane Basham, yeah, does indeed get a yellow card. Ninashvili gets one as well, probably for reacting, but completely unnecessary from the Welsh number 20 Basham there. Not quite sure what he was hoping to accomplish. But Ninashvili then, unfortunately, pretty much that'll be his World Cup over with 10 minutes to play. So that got pretty ugly pretty quickly. But it is a Georgian penalty. They have kicked it down the field. So on the Welsh 10-meter, they go for a short one at the front. It is collected well. So Georgia will be looking to score quickly here, give themselves enough time to then score again. So they come to the left and they go to the left again. Good counter ruck by Wales. Will Rowlands, glad he's still in the field. He's effectively initiated that turnover. So Wales with opportunity to counter, but no real way through. Gareth Davies looking for the space. Looks left, looks right, goes right. Sam Costello then kicks late, but finds the arms of Georgian back. Up and under here from the Georgians. Gareth Davies bubbles. It does fall into the hands of the Georgia. Here they come. Counter-attack is on. Broken play for Georgia. They've done well in these positions before. Nice running from the 23 there from Demur Tapladze. Here they come to the right-hand side. There is space, but there seem to be not enough Georgians on the field, despite both sides having a yellow card. So a little bit scrappy now. Georgia have to be careful to try and retain this ball, but they have lost it. Gareth Davies then picks it up and comes to the left. Dyer hoops it downfield and remains in play. It is charged and ultimately goes out in the Georgian half. Again, apologies for noises in the background. But number 23, Tapladze, stays down after that good run he had. Ninashvili, though, unfortunately, will no longer take part in this game because of that yellow card. Really silly stuff. Right, so Georgia line out functioning better than it did in the first 70 minutes. They're able to win it, and they're looking to potentially run it from their own half, recognizing, nope. As I say that, they position to kick, and they do so. Not the best kick in the world, but Gareth Davies able to get it and get it away. Reece Zammit identifying the space in behind. There's absolutely no one home here. The race is on. Reece Zammit looks like he's going to get there. Alan, did he get it down? I don't think he did. I think he's claiming it, but of course he would. Reece Zammit with a good identification of space there and absolute speed. Had to just dink it on ever so slightly. He does get fingers and downward pressure, but it doesn't look like they're going to water trial, although the TMOs are having a look at it. So let's see. Referee Reynal there. The referee saying, oh, we're going to have a look. So is that indeed Reece Zammit's hat-trick try there? Right, we just wait for the replay. One of the Georgian players being assisted off the field. Not sure when that injury took place. Right, we're just waiting for. Oh, so the try has been awarded. So that's it. So I didn't even see the TMO show any additional angles there. The try has been awarded. So 36 points kick to come. So Reece Zammit with his hat trick. Sam Costello not able to convert that. So you do feel like that is indeed the game done and dusted. But just no one at home again. Obviously missing Ninashvili there in those numbers, and a great skill set from Reece Zammit. And if you're a Georgian supporter, you are going to say that's absolutely not a try, but deemed to have got downward pressure. Well done to Reece Zammit. So underway once again into the 22. Davies feeds Costello. Costello does find touch. Good touch finder from the 22, actually out to the halfway. So Sam Costello will indeed, looks like he'll play the full game. Dan Vega staying on the bench, as we sort of thought early on. No risk, no need to risk bigger when he wasn't going to be involved anyway in today's match. Obviously being emergency caught up. Alan Robinson with a very enthusiastic yay. They go to the back of the line out. Again, the Georgian now starting to work just a little bit too late. Driving more, does find some meters, need to stay up. They collapse it themselves, so no foul play, says the ref. Bit messy now at the breakdown, but they come to the right-hand side. Little dink through. Can they collect this? Stabbed on even further by Akiki. Is collected by Reece Zammit as well. So what can he do from here? He's going to look to run it. Gets round, but not entirely. So has to eventually put ball to boot. Was it out on the full? I feel like it was just in play. But indeed it was. So not out on the full. Good work from Reece Zammit there. Nice to collect and then also to get his team out of their red zone. We do see players now starting to stay down. It has been quite a brutal 76 minutes. I think that is the number 8, Jala Gonia for Georgia, just receiving some medical attention there. Looks just like cramp though. Tane Basham also will play no further part in this game. What an impact to have. Come on, start a fight, get a yellow card. Probably a performance he will hope to forget. Jamarcus, nice to have you in the chat. Jamarcus, it was deemed a try, absolutely. I think you could have looked at it either way. I've seen more solid tries not be given than that. So we'll see. Alan saying need one more try for my 30 plus. Wouldn't that be nice, Alan? Let's see. Wales here on the charge. They've turned over that line out down the left-hand side. They come 2-on-1. Pass has to come. It had to come from 23. Mason Grady had two support players on the left-hand side here. Didn't give it though. And it is indeed a penalty to Georgia. So that was your try, Alan. You can write a personal letter to Mason Grady there for not releasing that ball. He had two players on his left-hand side to get it out. But again, another Georgian player is down and hurts, receiving medical attention. They will be looking forward to the end of this game. Good work there from Christ Chizun Unza. The pass just had to come there, so disrupting that line out. And then ultimately deemed to be holding on there. So good effective turnover from the Georgians. But here they come, 5 odd meters outside the 22. And they go to the back of the line out and they secure this one. Driving more is set. And it does march forward, but then ultimately stopped for now. RPG, absolute pleasure. I'm happy to here at Forever Sports to bring you the coverage. I really appreciate the compliments as well, man. So yeah, Akaki Tabutsadze, the 14 for Georgia, looking like in some real pain, but still on the field. Just a minute and a half to go. Sam Costello then. Wales winning a penalty at breakdown time, allowing them to exit nicely. He puts them just outside the Georgian 22. So maybe, Alan, here we go. Potentially, here is your try. You might not have to write to Mason Grady after all. So Welsh line out about 25 meters from the Georgian try line. They go to the center. They set the driving maul. Out they come from the back. Nice little inside play there to Elliot D, who takes it up well. Tommy Reffel having to come into 9 duties. Bobbled a little bit by Nicky Smith, but collected well. Gareth Davies then to the right-hand side. Can Wales get over once more? You can see Nick Tompkins urging them on. Reece Sambit out to George North. George North over the line for potentially the final score, the final play of the game. George North does excellent work there to finish off a good team try. That is 41 points with the kick to come. So nicely worked from Wales. The Georgians just ultimately tired at this point here. Costello doing well, but nicely held from Reece Sambit. Reece Sambit getting the assists. It's good work from the Welsh backs there. Nicely set up from the Welsh forwards. Great to have Chris in the chat there. The Crow tips. Appreciate it, Chris. As I said, guys, if you're not sure what to do with Boyle Sports and whatnot, go check out Chris. He's been making people lots of money. He's got some excellent pointers on what to do. So that is indeed full time. We'll just wait for the kick to come, whether the conversion is good. And with the way it stands, Wales will finish top of the group. There's no ways, apologies again for the noise in the background. There's no ways that they can be dethroned. It's just whether Portugal can upset Fiji at this point. We will have to wait and see. Right, Sam Costello. Sam Costello, excellent kick through the post there. Nice conversion from young Sam. So 43 points to 19 is going to be the final score between this final clash between Wales and Georgia. So an excellent effort there from both sides. It was pretty sloppy to start with. Sides started to find their groove. But then it did become a bit of an arm wrestle and things eventually opened up. So I don't think a clinical performance from the Welsh. I think still lots of areas to improve on. Georgia, I think they can look at periods of play where they did themselves proud and then periods where it was potentially not too good. But ultimately, that's the way it ends, guys. Once again, thank you so much for joining me here on Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Appreciate your patience again with the technical issues. Yeah, massive thanks to all of you joining in for the stream. And as always, such kind words in the comments. And a massive thank you to our sponsors as well, with BitDefender and BOYLESPORTS, our channel partners. But guys, that is going to be me. I am going to go probably jump in the pool. It's currently 37 degrees at the moment, and I am craving a bit of pool time. And I'm going to get nice and cool before the next game. So make sure you join Kel, I believe, who's taking you through England Samoa, which will be a great one. Anyway, guys, that's all from me. Until